What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the latest and greatest from the Texas football transfer portal, another departure from the Longhorns, and some rumors about a few more pieces who could be added to the mix for 2026. Plus, what a win for the Texans last night. Houston picking up its first road playoff win in franchise history. They do it in dominating fashion, running away from Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Is this the end for Aaron's legendary career? We've got college football playoff expansion discussions. We've got Brooks Koepka returning to the PGA Tour. We've got the divisional round set in the NFL, and a little hypothetical Tuesday action for the people as well. Plus a tip for kids in the car line to start us off. We are locked and we are loaded and we are ready to go on a Tuesday edition of the show. Appreciate y'all starting your Tuesdays with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm doing good, man. Got a little rain during the course of some darkness the night. Out of nowhere, got to my senses. I was asleep, so I wasn't aware of what was going on around me. But we got some drizzle. Got a little drizzle. We could use that. That was nice. I planted a tree, and I planted a small tree, and I needed that water on it, so that's a good thing. And then I've still got two little trees to plant. It's not going to work, but I'm going to try it anyway. I'm trying 2 cherry trees, I told you. I haven't put them in the ground yet. They've still been in the pots, but this nature's water, nature's tears will help me out a little bit here today. But it's going to be okay. Still going to be in the 60s today. You'll be just fine. That rain will go away. It's not going to – obviously, it's rain. That means it's water. It's not going to last very long around here.
It would have been nice to know.
What, for the people going to work, like the midnight shift or something?
You do claim that you are a meteorologist and not just a weather guesser, and I feel like
I'm a rain gauge. That's what I am.
I feel like a rain gauge would have let us know that it was raining.
I should have called and woke up the people in the middle of the night. I should have had an alarm go off at my house or something.
Well, you could have told us yesterday that we were going to be getting some
I do have
rain.
a 24 to 48 hour.
Yeah, well, calling it after it rains doesn't help anybody. Your chance to call it was yesterday during the show, and you let the people down.
I know. I'm sorry. I was not expecting that. That surprised me this morning when it's wet outside. I mean, I've seen the forecast over the last day from the weather guessers that said just clouds. It didn't have any rain in it. And my body generally will tell me, no, there's some rain involved in it. But it did not. It did not tell me. So for 2026, they're starting to get me. I've got to get a better gauge on the weather here.
Yeah, the people need you.
Yes, they do. Yes,
you're
they
letting
most
them down. I'm
do.
surprised you're even looking at other weather guessers' forecasts. I figured you had this one on your own.
Well, I look at them for the temperature. I don't look at them for rain. Okay. If they say rain, I go, nah, don't buy that. I don't look at the rain. I look at the temperature. I'm not a temperature guy. I just know if it's a certain temperature, I don't play golf. If it's if it's windy, I'll pass on that. Too many nice days for that, as a matter of fact.
All right. You golfing today, or is the rain going to prevent that?
No, it's not going to. No, it doesn't prevent me from. If it's going to be 60, I'm golfing and no wind, a little bit of rain. Like I said, that rain, by the time our show ends, will be gone.
Okay.
Should be all gone. But I do have an early morning beef before I give the kids a tip in the car. Let me moan a little bit. My dry cleaners went out of business about 2 weeks ago, and I've been going to them for a while. Hell, I don't even remember the name of the place. It's right beside my nails lady, Ma Huan. It's right beside her place. So I drop my stuff off there. And so I ventured to a new dry cleaners, and it's JB. I'll just use those 2 letters, JB. Never given my,
Yeah, that's not obvious. Nobody has any idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so I've gone to them. Dude, I swear I only put 4 shirts in there. It says 5 pieces, but I think it's 4 shirts. $47? What in the hell? What is this? Jack Chang Brown or something? What is this?
what do the Asians have to do with this?
I mean, they have a lot of places that, you know, they have a lot of places, like they have a lot of banks and things too. But
Well, you
yes,
went from trying to not tell the people what the name of the place was to literally telling people exactly what the name of the place was, while also adding a slightly offensive moniker in the middle.
I mean, really, $47? What are they doing with my shirts? I mean, it's it's a couple shirts I wear to church. Maybe got a little pit under there, and nothing bad, but I think those things used to cost like $2 to have a shirt dry clean, or $3 or $4. $47?
Yeah, that's pretty insane. I mean, the price of dry cleaning has gone up a ton, and every time I go and look at my bill, I'm like, "Really? It's that much?" But 47 for 4 dress shirts, not even a suit, right? We're just talking
No,
about
no,
dress
no suit,
shirts?
and it may be 5, but I thought I gave him 4 because this is my first time there. I said, this is you're getting my business for the first time, and when I go in there today, I'm going to say you got my business for the last time. You
Well,
know, I mean, $47?
sounds like you might be getting a free shirt if you only dropped off 4 and they're gonna give you 5, then this could be a good deal for you when it's all said and done.
Yeah, could be XL or whatever too. Who knows? But I
Oh my
can't.
gosh.
Doesn't that seem steep? I still remember when I could get a shirt done. Somebody's going to say you're crazy for $1.50. I remember back in the day. I mean, that was early when I got to Texas. I remember going up on Guadalupe. There was a little cleaners there that I used to go to. It was like $1.50 for a shirt.
Yeah,
But I mean, a suit used to be like $4 or $5. What the hell is a suit now?
expensive, I'm here to tell
Oh,
you.
you're the wedding planner, so you got to take back plenty of suits and stuff, right?
Yeah, for a guy who
Especially,
works at home and a guy who works in journalism, aka never wears a suit for work, I do spend a lot of money at the dry cleaners on suits, and it's not cheap. And it's, the place I go, and I think a lot of dry cleaners have this, where they will like put a price, an advertised price on like the
in the
glass window.
window,
Yeah.
sitting, yes.
And it'll be like one thing, and then when you go back to pick it up, that price is like $2 higher. I swear it changes every single time
Yeah,
that
how do
I'm
they
there.
do that too? Yes.
Nobody is taking advantage of inflation more than the dry cleaning industry. I swear. They have elevated their prices more than fast food, more than grocery stores, more than any other business you could think of.
I mean,
The
is
dry
steam gone
cleaners.
up when they steam them? I mean, has it gone up or something?
I don't know. I don't know what they're doing now. I don't know if the technology has changed. It still looks the exact same in that place.
Yeah, the little
And
shirts come in a little rack around the thing. I mean, what's the big
yeah,
deal? That's why mine is out of business, I believe, because they're not charging. They weren't charging enough.
right.
So
They were
they're like,
charging a fair price. And because
yeah,
everybody else was charging 2 or 3 times that, then your guys couldn't stick around. And now you're going to who? Jackie Chan?
Jack, JB. I'll just call him JB. My
JB.
first time,
Okay.
they got a lot of them around. So I'm thinking it can't be that bad. It's probably 250 a shirt, maybe.
Now you're going to JB and Sandy to get your clothes cleaned.
Unbelievable.
That's worth having a beef. I'll give you
I
that.
just I did when I saw that, they gave me, when you can pick it up. They actually did a little text message to you that your dry cleaning is ready.
Okay.
And then I saw the price at 47, almost $48. Like, what the hell did I just give them? They
Yeah.
didn't do my sheets and towels or anything else either. It was just a couple shirts.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd say look for a different place, I guess, but again, it
I'm going
feels
to.
like an industry-wide thing to where the price of dry cleaning has gone up a lot more than I guess the last time you went.
Oh, somebody said you have to drop off your shirts on shirt day. I mean, what the hell is that?
I don't know what shirt day is. Is there a day where shirts are cheaper?
Yeah, I mean, they have dress day, shirt day, suit day.
All
I
right.
didn't know we
Well,
had all this. How exciting it is to go to the dry cleaner.
that's great.
Man,
All right. Well,
all right.
there's the Bucks beef on a
My
Tuesday.
goodness.
I like that. All right, before we get to your tip for kids, how about the soldier shout out, Buck?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. You're not complaining about your shirts. You're wearing the same gear every day, and we appreciate that. We appreciate you and your families and what you do for us each and every day. And do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. All right, time for the Bucks tip for kids in the car line, brought to you by our great friends at Relax the Back.
Here we go. Listen, kids, when your circle of friends, your circle of friends should want you to win. Your circle should clap the loudest when you have good news. If they don't, you need a new circle.
Say that again.
If your circle, when your circle of friends should want you to win, and your circle of friends should clap the loudest when you have good news. And if they don't, you need a new circle.
I like that.
You need to get a new circle.
That's a good tip for anybody in this life.
There you go.
Right? Your friends, or the people who claim to be your friends, better have your back. They better want you to win.
They want you to have success for sure.
Be cheering for your successes.
They should be the loudest to back you for sure.
Not the guys who are doing the opposite. I think everyone's unfortunately had an encounter or two in their life where they think they've got someone in their corner, but not so much.
You know what? I have not had that. I've not, I mean, even growing up, I've been really successful at that. And I've been very fortunate at that. I've been blessed with people that have wanted me to really do good. I've never had anybody that wanted me to be, no, you're good just right where you are. They always said, oh, you can do better, or you can, keep on going. Don't stop now. I've been very fortunate at that, BK.
That's great.
I think that's because of my mother. My mother was a pretty good judge of character and a good judge of people. I mean, my mother would never hesitate when I was growing up to say, she would always give me the, your friend Bobby's a little mischievous, so you watch out for him. I don't want him watching out for you.
Yeah.
You don't need to have him. You don't need to have him in control of the gang. You need to be helping him out. He's going to have some problems, so help him out. But I've never had my mother say straight up, no, that guy's not good. Do not hang out with him. He's bad for it. Because if she would have, I wouldn't have done it. I was very in tune to what my mother said. She had that feel for people. Like if she said, and I never very seldom got that. I was a pretty good judge of. Now I hung out with some goofballs that did some, just kid stuff.
Sure.
But I never had that, as I grew up. Nope. That's not it. That's not the one you want to be with.
I like that. Well, that's good. That means you've got a pretty good judge of character too.
I'll say this. I will say this. The time that I left John Malkovich, my mother would not have approved of me working for him at that time. When it was time for me to part ways, she would have, if she would have known the things that the inside news about him, she would have said, no, that's not good. You need to get away from there. Even though you could hang and, be there, it's not good. That's not going to work out for you.
She didn't like you going to our donuts a bunch?
No, my mother didn't care about that. She knew I wasn't really, I was just growing up. Like we all do.
Malkovich was the bad influence.
No. But working for him, just work at the time that I left. That timing was just right. She could tell that was just the right time to get away.
There you go. Well, it worked out pretty well for you, I think.
Yeah.
How about this from our guy Daryl? Paying for your dry cleaning bill. Says, I got you, Bucky. Stay sharp and keep doing good.
Thank you.
How about that? You got to complain more often. Get you paid.
Somebody just paid for my bill?
Just pay for your bill. You said
That's
it was
awesome.
$47, right?
Yeah. Thank you, man. That's awful kind.
Daryl coming in with $47 to take care of your Hack Crown cleaning bill.
Hack Chan Brown.
Yeah, no one has any idea who we're talking about here.
No,
right?
man. And they're everywhere. And I'm thinking, the more of these stores you got, the better the price is going to be at one of them.
Yeah, they got to pay for it.
I don't care about your little drive-through window and throw the shit through the door. I mean, come on.
Well, with the way they're charging these days, you really should just do like a fast drive-by where you roll down your window, you're going like 30, and you just throw your clothes out the window and speed off.
Oh, I am going to say something. When I go there tomorrow, I am going to have to say, listen, does all your stores, is this the same price at all your stores? Is there another one, another location I can go to that's maybe 25 miles from here or something?
You should, when you grab your shirts, you should be like, is that it? And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, I thought I'd at least be getting a happy ending or something with this.
Yeah, I thought maybe you guys would throw in a tuxedo for me or something.
Right. Like, how about some food, maybe a couple of drinks, something for this price? What are we doing here?
Once again, I don't send stuff there that often. I don't really get pitted out and all that stuff. Yeah. But every once in a while, I like to, after I mean, when I get to be about 3 or 4 different shirts, then I'll take them all in. But I'm not expecting that. I'm expecting, I swear, the other place would have cost me $24, maybe.
Oh, God bless those people who
just went out of business.
But also those of our listeners and viewers who pay for that every week.
I know.
Right?
Yeah, business dudes got to pay for that. That's a weekly bill for them.
You go once a year, maybe. I probably go.
No, I'm probably 6 or 7 times a year.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm probably in the same boat there. Yeah. But there are folks obviously who do that, 40, 50 times a year. So that sucks. That sucks.
That'd cut down on your drinking right there.
No kidding. You know who else sucks?
Who's that?
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, my goodness.
How about that? And you know who doesn't suck? The Houston Texans. What a game. What a fourth quarter by the Texans.
Great fourth quarter. Great running game last night. And,
yeah,
for their quarterback who was point shaving in the beginning of the game, couldn't take a snap from center, wouldn't concentrate on the snap, was moving backwards before he got a handle of the ball, never got a grip on the ball. He threw some passes where he hardly had the ball gripped. He was so horrified of TJ Watt. It was so funny. You could see it in his eyes that he was looking for that dude on every snap. Like the week before when Aaron Rodgers was looking for Myles Garrett, that's what he looked like. That's what C.J. Stroud looked like in the beginning of the game. Where is he? Where is he?
Well, that's what Aaron Rodgers looked like for all 4 quarters of the game.
Yeah, he was. I've never seen a guy get rid of a ball so quick. I know he's got a fast release, but my God.
Yeah, look, it's hard to say what a game because it was 7-6 at halftime and 7-6 after the third quarter. You look at the final score and see 30-6, and you're thinking, oh, this was a beatdown from start to finish. No, it took the Texans offense a while to figure some things out. And honestly, they weren't that great. They just got 2 defensive touchdowns to help really put the game on ice. But yeah, that fourth quarter, I mean, the Texans have been great in fourth quarters all year long. It's why they have such a long win streak that obviously continued last night. It's why they were able to overcome that 0-3 start and make it to the postseason when it matters most, the money time. Everybody at every level of football, in the little break between the third and the fourth quarter, they'll hold up the number 4s, right? Players will do it. Coaches will do it. Fans will do it just to signify, hey, here's the fourth quarter. Here's our time to go win the game. Everybody holds up the 4. Not everybody actually does what you're supposed to do in the fourth quarter. And again, the Texans all season long, when it matters most, they step up. About 23-0 in the fourth quarter last night.
That was something. Woody Marks was fabulous too. What a nice little find that dude is. That guy can. You're talking about a guy who can crank it up in there. He's one of those guys in football that if there's not a hole, he can find a crease, and he's got really nice forward momentum. He gets you a couple yards. He's not that big, but he hits with velocity.
Yeah, he does. And that was the best game of Woody Marks' rookie season. First time going over 100 yards. He went for $112 and a touchdown. He was really good. Christian Kirk, the Aggie, had a really good game for the Texans on the outside, right? One of those role
Even
players.
When Nick Chubb came in, he was good too.
Nick Chubb was pretty solid as well. Yeah, I mean, the Texans were able to move the ball. Look, if C.J. Stroud didn't turn the ball over, the Texans could have won this game 50-6. I mean, they outgained the Steelers more than 2-1.
He looked a little fidgety. He looked like he did last year early in the game.
Yeah. No, I thought it was like the worst game of C.J. Stroud's career. And again, he settled in late and did what he needed to do. And thankfully, the Texans' defense is the Texans' defense. So those early mistakes didn't cost them too much.
Yeah, and generally what he does, BK, to get himself going, he'll take off and run with the ball, and he takes hits and stuff. But he looks like he said, oh, this is the playoff. I can't be taking off and going. But he had some opportunities if he would have just got the snap. But he was like looking up. The ball has hit him in the hand. And all the snaps weren't perfect. I understand that. But they hit him in the hands. They didn't roll back. They hit him in his hands, touched the ball in the air. And I'm like, dude, slide over like an athlete and catch the ball instead of trying to one hand here and your eyeballs looking at where's Watt coming from.
Right. No, he struggled early and, 2 turnovers in the first half and then threw that red zone interception on the Texans' first possession of the third quarter where it's like, dude, all we need is 3. Also, like you said, he could have ran and picked up that first down.
Right.
Instead, he just decides to throw it into an incredibly tight window. It's a low ball. It's behind the intended receiver, and it gets picked pretty easily. And it's just, there were people calling for Davis Mills. There were Texans fans asking for a change at quarterback because, again, at that point, it was a 1-point game, and C.J. Stroud had just turned it over for the third time, and it's like he was keeping the Steelers in it almost single-handedly.
Yes.
And then, again, thankfully from that moment on, he kind of figured it out, got into a bit of a rhythm. And the Steelers, I mean, they couldn't get anything going offensively because the Texans' defense is historically good, and it ultimately didn't matter what C.J. Stroud did or didn't do because the Steelers didn't get into the end zone all night.
Yeah, and their big Wingo-looking guy couldn't catch last night. Sort of like Wingo with his inconsistent hands.
Who's that?
Steelers wide receiver.
Oh, Metcalf?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was weird. I mean, he had a couple of catches early, and then he had a big drop on what would have been a huge play.
Oh, yeah. I mean, ball, and those weren't even difficult balls at all.
Well, it was just one, but Aaron Rodgers stopped throwing it to him after that, and it's like,
and you see the expression on his face and his body language, and if you lip read what he was saying, a lot of F-bombs by Aaron Rodgers last night.
Right, and I get that you're mad, and Aaron Rodgers is very petty. We know,
but you're in a 1-point game.
It's a close game, and also DK Metcalf is your best receiver by far. Now he's going up against Derek Stingley Jr., who's the best corner in the NFL. So it's a tough decision to ever throw his way. But they're throwing like jump balls to 5'9" Calvin Austin instead of trying that with DK Metcalf. And I'm like, that's your best receiver. That is your best chance to do anything in this game. And after that drop, Aaron Rodgers is like, you're going to embarrass me like that?
Yeah, he did have that little bit of that. That's why I said, dude, why are you getting mad? It's a 1-point ball game. Yeah. You can come out of this thing being the hero, but you're F-bombing on the way off the field and looking at the guy and raising your hands. I'm like, dude, just play.
I thought that was weird, but
that was typical him, though. That's his pettiness.
Yeah, well, the Texans' defense, I mean, they're really good. They make people petty. They make people mad. They make them angry. They dominated all night. And, I mean, they put the game on ice. It was 10-6 early in the fourth quarter. Steelers had the football, trying to drive to take the lead. They were around midfield, and then Will Anderson, as he's done all year, gets to the quarterback, strip sack fumble. Sheldon Rankins picks it up, takes it 33 yards for a score. That made it 17-6, and that was the dagger. Like 10-6 turned out to be enough.
Right.
But you knew there was no way Pittsburgh was getting to 17 points. So once Sheldon Rankins waltzed into the end zone, that was game, set, and match right there. Then you had the Woody Marks touchdown, and then for good measure on what is very likely going to be Aaron Rodgers' last pass attempt in his NFL career, you had the Caden Bullock 50-yard pick six for good measure. That was pretty glorious to see as a Aaron Rodgers hater.
Yeah, that was that was just easy money for the fans there. That's all. I just wanted to help them out.
I'm surprised you only went 50,000 units. You could have helped them out a lot more, but look, the people don't complain when you get the picks right.
Well, with C.J. Stroud, who knows what you're going to get at times.
Yeah, you had 50,000 units on the Texans -3. They obviously covered with ease. And you are now back to even for the season, sir.
Yeah, now we're at the real playoffs now.
Now we're at the real playoffs.
Wild carders.
I know that's wild carders. Well, you actually made money during Super Wild Card weekend, so
yeah. Well,
when
do the Hoosiers play? When do the Hoosiers play the Jets or the Bears or the Bills or somebody? So I can take the Hoosiers.
You would take Indiana. Oh, we're going back to that classic debate. Could the best college team beat the worst NFL team?
No, they couldn't. They'd get steamrolled.
No, I'm going to take it a step further. North Shore won 6A this year.
Yeah.
They could beat the Jets.
Wow.
The Jets suck, dude.
Aaron Glenn coming back again. They're not done with him after 1 year. That's one of those 1 year, one and done deals.
I don't know. I haven't heard anything about him getting fired.
Yeah, and whoever's calling the shots there too, but it's not the boss because you don't fire the boss. The boss stays.
Yeah.
Guy that writes the checks gets to stay.
That's the thing. I mean, the Jets are in a similar spot to the Cowboys where their ownership absolutely sucks. And everybody knows that the owner sucks, but you can't fire the owner.
No.
So Woody Johnson has been running the Jets into the ground for a long time, the way Jerry Jones has done with the Cowboys. And the fan base, and the Jets do have a good fan base. Talk about loyalty. You got to be loyal to support that team. There's nothing they can do. They're just stuck in purgatory forever.
I mean, you got no players.
Right. Well,
They got one or two players.
Yeah. They keep having all these high draft picks, and they either whiff on them or they let those guys go after a few years, and then it's back to square one nonstop. So,
just awful.
Yeah, huge win for the Texans. Look, this defense gives them a chance in every game. I mean, the Texans are a legitimate Super Bowl threat, and
they have to play better on. They still have to play better on offense.
They still have to play better on offense. I agree, but man,
and it's not really. It's the quarterback. He's got to play better. I don't know. I mean, the receivers get open. I mean, the running back's running well. The offensive line blocks well enough. 100 and some yards of rushing last night. The quarterback just looked awful early.
He did.
I mean, it took him 3 quarters to wake up.
He did. And look, the Steelers have an elite defense, and that's a tough place to win. It was cold and it was windy, so there were some other factors at play. But if the Texans are going to win the Super Bowl, I mean, they can't spot the other team 3 turnovers.
No.
But we've seen – I mean, C.J. Stroud didn't lose a fumble in the entire regular season, and he lost one last night. They lost 2 last night.
Yes.
So, he's normally better than that. He didn't have a great year, but he's normally better at protecting the football than he was yesterday. So I'm going to say that was more of an anomaly than the norm. But obviously, now the Texans move on. They've got to play a very good New England defense on the road this Sunday. It's going to be cold there. So C.J. Stroud's got to put last night, especially the first half of last night, behind him, because they're going to need him to do a little bit more to beat a much better Patriots team.
Absolutely.
But I'm telling you right now.
That one that they called a fumble, I thought was an interception, but I guess he got the ball hit before he started pushing it forward, because he pushed it forward.
Yeah.
And he still picked it.
Yeah, you're right. It was ruled a fumble, but it could have been an interception. But the guy did catch it in the air. Hell of a play, diving play by the D lineman. Didn't need to do it because, again, it was a fumble, so it could have hit the turf. But, I mean, it was uncharacteristically bad for C.J. Stroud. He's got to be better. But, man, I'm telling you right now, on a Tuesday, 5 days away from kickoff, I'm picking the Texans to beat the Patriots. I do not trust. I know Drake May's had a great year. He might win MVP. I think it's going to go to Stafford, but May has a shot. I don't think he's ready to go up against this Texans defense.
And we're looking for another low-scoring game, aren't we?
Young quarterback like that who struggled a lot in the first half against the Chargers. Patriots didn't win that game because of their offense. They won it because the Chargers have 0 offensive line. The Texans opened up.
Herbert can't win a big game.
Right, that too. The Texans opened up as 2.5-point dogs. They got some love from the folks in Vegas with what they did last night. I am telling you, I am picking the Texans to win that football game. And I really hope that Nico Collins can play, because he left early with what looked to be a concussion last night, and that is not ideal if he has to miss.
Well, they're not going to win if he's not in the game. If he's not a receiver.
They beat the piss. Their offense was better without him yesterday, because they started to turn it on once that dude left the game. Not a shot at Nico Collins.
Did the Iowa State guys start coming through?
Yeah, Higgins was great. I mean, Christian Kirk, 8 catches for 144 yards and a touchdown.
The Big 12 came through.
We're calling. I don't know. I don't think Christian Kirk was Big 12 A&M. I think he was SEC A&M.
Was he?
Yeah, I mean, the Aggies have been in the SEC since 2012.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think that guy is that old. But yeah, some Big 12 coming through, with Higgins and Knoll. I'll give you that, I guess.
Okay, can I say Christian Kirk's been in the league 7 years?
Sure. You can say whatever you want.
So you think?
Oh, do you want me to fact check you? I was going to say you're
yeah. He was with the Cardinals, correct?
Yes.
For 4.
Christian Kirk is 29. He was drafted in 2018.
Okay.
Second round pick of Arizona. It's his first year in Houston. Spent 4 years with the Cards. Spent 3 years in Jacksonville. So
4 years. Oh my God.
8 for him in the league.
And he's still got good speed.
Yeah. And again, he didn't do a ton for Houston during the regular season, but only 28 catches, 239 yards, and a touchdown.
Yeah, they were leaning on the Iowa State, the guys without the lights at the stadium guys.
Right. Last night, 8 for $144 and a score.
It's a great night for him.
Great night for him. Here's D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of the Houston Texans. By the way, The 3 years before D'Amico got to H-Town, they had won a total of 11 games and had 0 playoff appearances. D'Amico's 3 seasons with the Texans, this is their 3rd consecutive trip to the divisional round. They've won 35 games. Here's the Texans head coach talking about his defense following the victory in Pittsburgh.
It was an outstanding defensive performance, one of the best that I've seen, especially versus a really talented offense, a talented quarterback who's, played at a high level for a long time. So I'm proud of our defensive performance. I think this is the best performance we've had in our team history. So I'm proud of our guys for that, to limit the points, to take the football away, not only just take it away, but to go score. You get 2 defensive touchdowns, that's a big deal. It doesn't happen much, and so I'm proud of our guys. Rankin played an outstanding game. Kalen was able to finish with the interception there at the end, but just overall, we knew we had to tackle well coming into this game. We knew we had to cover one of the better receivers in the league, and DK Metcalf, knew we had to cover him well. Our corners owned up to that challenge, and they did a great job.
Boy, their linebackers were flying to the ball too.
It looks like they're playing with 14 guys.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
They are all over the place. There's no weakness on that defense. They're hard, they're violent, they're physical, and they're well coached, obviously, by D'Amico Ryans, who's
and they get to push up the middle too. Those big dudes in the middle of that defense too.
Yeah, well, they have 2 of the best pass rushers in the game, with Daniil Hunter, who I think is the most underrated player in football, and Will Anderson Jr., who everybody knows is a star. They've got great linebacker play, and they also have the best secondary in the sport. So there's no weakness there. They can get a pass rush with just 4, and they drop 7 guys in coverage, and nobody's ever open against them. So they're going to be tough to beat. Again, their offense is a question mark, and if they don't win the Super Bowl, or if they don't win next Sunday, it's going to be because the offense couldn't get over the hump.
I agree.
You're not going to score more than 20 points, maybe 24 against the Texans. They're just that good. So it's a tall task for New England. I'm sure they should have been rooting for Pittsburgh last night. I'm sure they were.
Oh, yeah.
Texans looking very, very scary right now.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers can now pack his bags for the Hall of Fame and just go hang out now.
Here's Aaron Rodgers. I'm glad you set us up for that. Aaron Rodgers was asked in his post-game press conference if he's made a decision regarding his future.
No, I'm not going to make any emotional decisions. Disappointed, obviously, such a fun year. A lot of adversity, but a lot of fun. Been a great year, overall in my life in the last year, and this is, a really good part of that, coming here and being a part of this team. So it's disappointing to be sitting here with the season over.
Didn't give you much.
No, didn't give you much. I'll be back. I'm not going to be doing anything. I got nothing else to do. He
was asked as a quick follow-up, if you do play, do you want to play here? And he said, I'm not going to answer that right now. So we all remember who Aaron Rodgers' sort of mentor was in the NFL, Brett Favre. You know how that guy dragged out these decisions every offseason, whether he's playing or not. As much as we would all love to have an answer ASAP,
we're not getting it. You're right.
This thing's going to drag out like a Jerry Jones contract negotiation. So it'll be a minute. But I think that's the end for Aaron Rodgers. I think it probably should be the end for Aaron Rodgers. And I hope it is, because his last pass attempt was a pick 6, and that's fun for me.
That's the way you want him to go out.
Thank you to the Texans for doing that. That was great. Wow. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Huge win for H-Town. D'Amico Ryans called it maybe the best win in franchise history. I think he's right. First road playoff win for the Texans ever. Now they have to win a divisional round game for the first time ever this Sunday against the Patriots. We'll talk more NFL in hour number 2, but we got to talk some Texas football, the latest and greatest from the transfer portal, another departure for the Horns, and a big name. I'm talking big name who just entered the portal, who could be very high on Texas's wish list. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Good morning to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick, the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel. Yes, indeed. I got my gear on today. They've got all the collectibles, accessories, and more. The Longhorn themed items there, the gifts, the books, wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes, y'all. So don't panic. They got a size just for you, biggins. That's right. They got them for you, too. They got them for me. Look at this. Look at this, a medium. Nice little medium here. Got my hat ready to go. Got my gear on today, and they've got tons of that for you. All the great books there, the Jelly Cats. And Sue Patrick offers free shipping on items, $59 or more online, free curbside pickup. And folks, there's plenty of parking space for the new year. There was plenty of parking space in the old year, but for the new year, there's even more parking space for you right beside the store at 5222 Burnett Road. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. Also love McCall Custom Homes. How about a New Year's resolution? Maybe you've been putting off upgrading your home. Well, now's the perfect time to make it happen because our friends at McCall Custom Homes are here to help give you the home of your dreams, a kitchen remodel, a bathroom renovation. Maybe you've got a growing family. You want to add on to your place. You don't want to buy or sell in this market. It's a mess. You bought your current place for a reason. Upgrade it with McCall Custom Homes. And right now they are offering free estimates to TSU listeners. You can have them out to your place risk-free. Talk about your vision. They'll tell you what they can do. And boom, you can go from there. We trust our homes to McCall Custom Homes, but we're not alone. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Tons of 5-star reviews online. You can go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, and check out the gallery of jobs they've done over the years. And when we say years, we mean it. It's a father-son team with more than 4 decades of combined experience in Central Texas, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can reach out to Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
All right. Yesterday, folks, I told you, BK, I was going to go to my Hat Creek Burger place. Well, I did not go to Hat Creek Burger after I saw you. There's been a little place called Wing something on the way home, and I've been thinking, I haven't had any wings in a while. Boneless, whatever. Eat them. I ate with my fingers yesterday.
Whoa!
I ate wings with my fingers. I stopped there. And once I even walked in the place, I was thinking, should I really be in here? Shouldn't I have a good meal? Well, I went and got, me, when I order stuff, how I over order, I ordered a dozen bone-in wings, lemon pepper. Let me just say this. My stomach's not the same.
Really?
Yeah, it was a bad decision with fries, dude. I got to be better than that.
Okay, couple of questions for you here. Number one, how many of those 12 wings did you eat?
I ate 7.
Okay, it's more than I thought you would.
Yeah.
And number two, you talked about your stomach. Did you at least enjoy the wings while you were eating them?
Too salty, too much pepper, the lemon pepper. I was like sneezing into the plate the whole time.
It sounds like an order error, not a restaurant error. You ordered lemon pepper and you were mad it tasted like lemon pepper?
I was mad like it tastes like just a whole shaker of pepper.
You didn't want to get like multiple flavors to try to mix it up?
No, I didn't do that. I didn't know you could do. I'm not an order. I don't go to those joints that often. So okay. I went in there, dude. It was so salty and so nasty. What is wrong with me? Almost 71 years old. My stomach can't take that.
What is wrong with you? People love chicken wings. They're delicious. What's wrong with you is that you didn't finish the full dozen.
I dropped them right in the can.
Oh, my
The guy was over beside me, looked at me. He's like, I could tell he's thinking, you're done with that? You're about to drop those in the...
Yeah, that guy probably would have taken them.
You don't go offering people food in the places like that.
If I was sitting next to you, even if I didn't know you, obviously I know you super well, but if I was a stranger and I saw you had like 5 wings on your plate and you were about to chunk them, be like, sir, you going to finish those?
No, you would not.
100%. Wings aren't cheap. Speaking of things that aren't cheap, wings, the price of chicken wings has gone up a ton recently. That's valuable right there, sir.
Well, give me some places that you go, the name of some places that you go besides the one I went to.
Oh, I'm curious which one you which one you went to.
I went to Wing. It wasn't Wing Go. It was Wing.
You didn't drop the wing, so I figured it wasn't Wing Go.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. Yeah.
Sorry about that, Ryan. We love you. Does it rhyme with drop?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's a good one. And their lemon pepper wings are famous.
Are you kidding me?
Not kidding you. Rick Ross, the boss, one of your favorite rappers of all time. He raps about the stop lemon pepper wings
Oh, and they had the jams in there. I mean, it was jamming in there. My goodness.
Yeah, you got to try. You never had Like we did stuff at Pluckers all the time. You never had their wings?
I've had theirs before. Theirs are all right. They're just kind of, plain Jane stuff. They don't go overboard unless you want it to be overboard. I've stopped in there before, but I knifed and forked that place. This one, that stuff got under my nails, and it took me a good hour and a half to get that crap from underneath my nails yesterday.
You got to go to Mahwah to get those cleaned.
Oh yeah, for sure. I can't. What I did yesterday is not going to be enough. So,
well, I'm proud of you for eating chicken wings with your hands.
Yeah, I put my hands on that thing, and I could feel like the hair still on the wings. That's nasty.
Yeah, that's not good. Did you see any hair, or you just?
No, I could just feel it. It just felt like there was, like I touched like a hairy elbow or something. It was
that's what you get for not going to Hat Creek. You lied to the people saying you were going to Hat Creek for a burger, and that was your punishment.
On the way home from where you were, going up 71. 290. You could just. Yeah. I've seen it on the side, right hand side. I said, one of these times I'm going to stop. Just have a few. What did I order? A damn dozen.
Oh man, yeah.
And I knew I wasn't. Even if I liked it, I wasn't going to do the whole thing.
And I bet a lot of people eat the wings all the way down to the bone, right? That's what you're.
Well, they suck on the bone, half of them, like my old man used to do with chicken.
I bet not only did you leave the 5, but you probably left a good amount of meat on the 7 that you did.
I did, because I had fries with it. And I ate all the fries.
The fries are good. No.
Yes, I did. Yes. Okay, I was good with that.
Yeah, they do have good fries there.
So the guy asked me what kind of sauce. I'm like, what do you got? He started naming stuff. And I said, just give me that ranch. And I just slammed him into that ranch. That was nasty. It was nasty. I'm glad Hope Joyce is not listening. She'd be so pissed right now.
Yeah, that you're enjoying yourself.
I didn't. That's the thing. That's one of those, don't do it because it's not going to be good. It's not good for you, and it's not going to be good. And it wasn't. So I paid the price for that.
You and I, pardon the stereotype here, but I have your stereotype. That you don't.
You're a chicken licking dude, aren't you?
Fried chicken is my favorite food in the world. Like whether it's fried chicken, chicken wings, which is typically fried, fried chicken sandwich, like that is my go-to. If I had one food I could eat for the rest of my life without any health repercussions, it would be fried chicken. So I hear a dozen wings. I hear a dozen lemon pepper wings from Wing Drop, and I'm like, damn, what a great meal you had. And you're like, this was disgusting. I can't believe I did that. How could I do this to myself? So you and I are very different in that one.
Yeah. So I'm sorry to the Hat Creek Burger folks. I'll make that up to you today. Get myself a double with cheese. Hell, I'm so mad at myself. I may even have to have a margarita. That's how mad I am.
No, don't do that.
Yeah, that'll teach me a lesson.
You talk about doing bad by your body.
Oh my goodness.
Margarita for you would be a disaster after what, 25 years of sobriety?
Yeah. That was awful. That taste was just like the salt in that thing. Hey, but you people enjoy it. To those that like that, that's good. I've not been, and then I came home and I did have a nice made chicken, nice piece of chicken that I got from the farmer's market, which I didn't see you at on Saturday morning.
Of course.
It was freezing at the farmer's market this Saturday. I was standing in line freezing. The line was so long at one spot. I said, I don't need this. I don't need this celery that bad. I'm getting out of this line. I was cold on Saturday morning over there at Burger Center. But they've got a place that really sells really good pieces of chicken breast. Had that last night, chopped it up, put it in a salad. So I had a chicken day. I was a mother clucker yesterday. I was clucking all one bad, one good. So sorry about that, but I'll get right back on my Hat Creek diet again.
You're going to turn into a chicken at some point.
Oh, that's all right. You get a good chicken breast. You can do a lot of stuff with, how you can do good stuff with breast.
Yeah, you've been doing that for a long time.
Oh my goodness.
70 years. And I know you do a good chicken impression as well, right?
Oh yeah.
Thank you very much for
I don't
that.
know why I don't do a better one since I got 1,000 of them right beside me, my next door neighbor.
You're right. Yeah, they're keeping you up every night. Oh, man. All right. Some Texas football conversation. Buck, the Longhorns lost another player to the transfer portal yesterday. Again, the portal is open till midnight on Friday, so a couple of days for more Longhorns to leave, and also a couple of days for more players around the country to enter. But yesterday it was Warren Roberson who announced that he is hitting the portal. Number 24 on special teams, Buck.
Oh, I know that number well.
24 on special teams and on defense, too. Just finished up his third year on the 40 acres. Appeared in 29 games during his Texas career. 25 tackles, 2 PBUs. Most of his snaps came on special teams.
Who in the hell is paying that guy money to come play at their place?
I don't know. He just entered the portal, so I have no idea where he's going. But somebody is paying.
Schools are paying for special teams players now?
I guess.
I mean, guys that hold and push in the back.
He's a cornerback who played a little bit at Texas.
Man.
2 years of experience, the college level, right? Just finished his redshirt sophomore year. So you get a guy with 3 years under his belt and 2 years left to play.
That sounds like Sun Belt Big 12 guy to me.
If I asked you the last 2 seasons combined, how many special teams penalties you think Warren Roberson compiled, what would your answer be?
Speaking of 12, I'm going to say 12.
Only 8.
I was going to say, I thought I saw 8 in one game. Okay.
I figured it'd be 8 in each season, to be honest with you. Now, some of them get picked up, so maybe
that's true.
It was closer to 12 that were actually called on him, but some of them just didn't get accepted. 3 penalties.
Any interceptions, any breakups?
2 PBUs during his Texas career. Also had 3 penalties on defense. Didn't play much.
Yeah, you can't be paying that guy anything.
No, and no, I was going to pretend to be upset here. Here's the thing why this may be something for Texas. Warren Roberson, I've always heard, is a really good man-to-man corner. And Will Muschamp is going to be playing way more man-to-man than what Pete Kwiatkowski did. So I never felt like Roberson's skill set fit the type of zone defense that PK wanted to play. And I'm thinking, all right, Roberson, a really good man corner, so maybe he makes more sense with Coach Boom's philosophy. I also think Roberson played a really good game against Michigan. He was one of those guys who obviously got more opportunities because of the opt-outs.
Sure.
And I thought he played really well on defense in his snaps.
I can't see that. I don't care what they say he can play, but I see that guy clutching and grabbing the man-to-man, yanking shirts down. I see that guy with way more penalties in one season that he would have in 2 seasons if he played a lot at cornerback, having to cover man-to-man and the type of defense that they want to play.
Yeah.
His penalties would double.
Exactly. Like, it's hard to give him the benefit of the doubt. So, again, right. I've heard really good things about him as a man-cover guy, and you're thinking, all right, he might fit this philosophy a little bit more. But also, if he plays more, that means there's more opportunities for penalties. And I don't have faith that he would be able to play good man coverage without grabbing guys on every other play.
Yeah, I heard a lot of good things about Little Bevo, too.
Little Bevo.
Gibson, the running back. I heard a lot of good things about him, too.
Baby Rhino?
Maybe Rhino or whatever he was.
I was like, did Bevo have a kid or something that we don't know about?
Yeah, I heard a lot of good things about him, too, that didn't turn out.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I mean, it's how it goes, right? Like,
yeah, you can't get them all right. They're not all going to be 100% of what they say they are.
Yeah, can't get them all right. And, Warren Roberson, I mean, I have no idea why he stuck on special teams as long as he did. Like, it was clear and obvious to everybody in the world except for Jeff Banks that putting him out there was a bad idea because he did way more bad than good for the Longhorns these last 2 years. So I will not miss number 24 on special teams. That's a move that should have been made a long time ago to just get him off of that unit.
I'll just have to follow where he goes and see what his penalty output is.
Yeah, and we'll see. And we'll see where he ends up, and we'll see if Texas is now in the market for another corner because that room, they've obviously added one with Bo Masco coming from your favorite school, Rutgers.
Yes.
Keeping Kobe Black is huge. It felt huge a couple of days ago when we found out that he was sticking around, but now obviously more important because you're losing some depth at corner. But it's Bo Masco, it's Cade Phillips, it's Kobe Black. You've got a couple of freshmen early enrollees who get to campus this weekend. Maybe Wardell Mack can play there, but you don't have a ton of proven commodities and a ton of experience in that corner room right now. So I don't know. Texas has enough bodies there, but I wouldn't be opposed to
You were looking for one anyway, even though everything was going pretty well over the last 48 hours, you were still looking for a cornerback, weren't you?
Nah, I don't know. I mean, once they got Masco, I thought, like, I was looking for a safety. Like, I thought they needed
Yeah,
another
okay.
defensive back, and I was thinking it was going to be more at safety, which they could still use. But now I'm wondering if they could be in the market for a corner as well. And the market says Grayson Littleton. I'm not including him because he's, I have him locked into the star position. So slot corner, if you want to call it corner, that's fine. But I've got him sort of separated from those other
Well, you
guys.
just had portal news. You didn't have like portal bad news. That's just news.
It's a guy leaving, Buck. Is that not bad?
No, not that guy.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't think you're alone with that sentiment because I felt like Roberson did more bad things than good during his 3 years on the 40.
And who knows? I mean, this year could have changed for him. He'll be a junior?
Redshirt junior. So it'll be year 4.
Wow.
So, yeah, I think somebody will pick him up. I don't know. I don't think it'll be like Bama or Ohio State or Georgia level or anything like that. But I don't know. Someone will take a flyer on him. Maybe a very low level SEC team, but you're probably right, or it's Big 12 or ACC or something like that.
Southwestern Bell,
the defunct phone company. What are you saying? He needs to get a job in something other than sports?
No, place in Georgetown.
Oh, putting him at Southwestern U.
Yeah, why not?
He
wants to still play. He wants to play, obviously. I mean, he's got a couple of years of eligibility left. Let him. Yeah, but he wasn't. That's not a big loss.
No, I don't think
probably
so.
Saving money. That's another money saver.
Yeah, and I don't know what the negotiations were between Roberson and Texas, if he was asking for more or if Texas was asking him to take less. Or
I don't know how he could ever ask for more.
Right, I'm with you on that. Or it's, hey, tampering happens all the time. Someone could have reached out to Roberson's agent.
He may already have a place that he's going.
Yeah, exactly. Someone could have reached out to his agent and said, hey, we'll offer you this much if you enter the portal and come here. And all right, that could be the deal right there.
Maybe Oklahoma will pick him. Go to Oklahoma. Yes.
Yeah, pay him $800K too.
Yeah, please.
That'd be great. OU. That would be great.
Anybody else leaving? Anybody coming in?
Nobody leaving now. Some unfortunate news, and this is bad news. The Yaler, Mikey Bennett, is transferring to Oregon. This guy we talked about on the show yesterday. Two-time All-Ivy League offensive lineman. Honorable mention, FCS All-American in the 2025 season. One of the top remaining offensive linemen in the portal. He visited Texas, visited a few other schools, and ultimately yesterday he committed and signed with Oregon. Nerd.
See, Rayola's going there too.
Rayola is going there too. There's got to be some sort of Patrick Mahomes connection there, right? Everyone assumed Rayola was going to Texas Tech because that's where Mahomes went. There's got to be some sort of Mahomes tie-in there, no?
To Oregon?
I don't know about. I don't know. Someone will have something.
No, he's looking for a good place to land, and they'll just get their faces pounded by Indiana again. They won't ever forget. That beating will last a long time that they took.
Oh my gosh. I wonder, Dante Moore, Oregon's quarterback, is draft eligible. A lot of people think he's going to be the second pick in the draft if he goes. But he's going
to be 1, 2, or 3. So there's no reason for him to come back. That's nutty. Even though he had a crappy game and did some poor things throughout his short career, was pretty good.
Yeah,
so that's nuts for him to even think about coming back to school.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, it's a similar conversation to Arch Manning, right?
Yeah.
If Arch Manning left, he would, I think, be a top 10 draft pick in the NFL draft. I really do.
I do too.
Arch Manning's goal is to not be a top 10 pick in the draft. His goal is to have a very long and fruitful NFL career. And he feels like spending another year in college is best for him to develop and have that long career in the league. Dante Moore, in a similar boat to Arch Manning, where he's only a 1-year starter in college football. So, yes, it's easy to say, well, just go. You're going to be a top 3 pick. Why would you not go? You can't get much higher than that. But he's going to make a ton of money if he stays at Oregon. So money's not really an issue there. And he could develop and get better. And you know who has the number 2 pick in this draft? The Jets. Do you want to go there as a quarterback?
Oh, my God, no.
Like, the Raiders have the first pick. I think they're taking Mendoza. I'd be very surprised if anything would happen between now and then that causes Fernando Mendoza to not be the number 1 pick. The Jets are on the clock at 2. They need a quarterback. Dante Moore's QB2 if he goes. Do you want to rush to the league to go to that team.
Or maybe he blew it in the game in order so – nah, you don't want to fall to the judge. You just don't want to go there.
Exactly. So that's what he has to consider.
Yeah, but I couldn't take a whole year of remembering what happened to me the year before with Indiana, and I got to see them again maybe.
Right. Yeah.
I don't even want to see them. I don't want to see them in basketball. I don't even want to see their colors if I was that guy. That was awful.
That was pretty ugly. Yeah, pulling up Oregon's schedule for next season. And good news, they do not have to play Indiana in the regular year. So could avoid them.
That's true.
Maybe a Big Ten title game or a playoff game, but no IU on the schedule for the Ducks. So maybe Dante Moore wants to come back because he doesn't have to go up against them.
In the regular season, have a great regular season and then play them in a championship game and get destroyed again.
Yeah. So it might behoove Dante Moore to return for another
year.
I
mean, that's really weird. So Raiola goes there. I mean, he's got to know that he's not going to beat that kid out if that kid decides to come back.
Right.
So somebody knows something there already.
Well, that's the word is that, like, if Dante Moore leaves, Raiola will be the guy, but also he knows that there's a chance he has to sit on the bench for a year. And maybe he's like, well, Oregon's had a bunch of success. Like if
with 1 year players, yeah.
Yeah, if I sit for a year and learn and develop, and then I get to start for my last year of college football at Oregon, then I too could be a first-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, not everybo's in a rush to get out of college like you wouldn't have been. You'd still be in if you could.
I would absolutely still be in.
Yeah, not everybody's in a rush to get out into the world. Yeah.
Oh my God, Buck, we found the reason why Dylan Raiola is going to Oregon. So you know how this happens all the time, right? In NFL locker rooms where guys will make a bet on their college teams, and the losing player of said bet will wear a jersey of the other guy's college.
Oh, no.
Obviously, Oregon and Texas Tech played in the playoff, and Oregon won, Texas Tech lost, so Patrick Mahomes had to put on a Ducks jersey. And Dylan Raiola saw this and was like, I'm going to Oregon.
Oh, my God.
That's what it was. There's our evidence. Couldn't go to Tech.
So you can still keep some kind of tie with Patrick Mahomes?
That's it. Yeah, couldn't go to Tech. Tech didn't want him. And Mahomes all of a sudden puts on an Oregon jersey, and out Dylan Raiola's got to go.
Wow.
He's got to go. So that was funny. All right. So Mikey Bennett is gone. He's off the books and off the board, but one more name we got to get to. You know what? We'll do a little radio tease here. We're going to get right to this in a second because there's a new name in the portal at a position of kind of need for Texas, but he's an elite player and a guy that would instantly make the Longhorns a lot better. So we'll talk about him in a second. But first, a quick round of sponsor shout-outs.
So our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, folks, for close to 70 years in Central Texas, Woods Comfort Systems has been doing a fantastic job when it comes to air conditioning, heating, and now they do plumbing. So if you're having any problems with your plumbing system, any drips, anything that's going wrong inside or outside of your home, please call on the folks at Woods Comfort Systems. I do that for my air conditioning system and my heating system, and I am ready to go when that time comes here. A little bit of air conditioning here and there. That heater comes on every once in a while in the mornings here because during the course of this weekend, we're going to have some high 30s, but we'll get back to the 60s. But you want to be prepared, and their technicians are absolutely magnificent. I love the guys that come here. They don't spend all day. They get here on time, and they get out. And as I said, they've been doing it close to 70 years in Central Texas, and nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
No, they do not. WoodsComfortSystems.com for more info. Shout out to them. Shout out to OLIPOP as well. I got to restock my OLIPOP.
That's what I need before I played golf today. I need an OLIPOP after what I put into my belly.
Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. The easiest New Year's resolution that you can have and keep throughout the year and really throughout the rest of your life. OLIPOP, again, it's soda, so it tastes like soda, and everybody loves the taste of soda. But unlike the sodas you've been drinking in the past, this stuff is actually good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can. Prebiotics, botanicals, plant fibers in every can. Ingredients that support good digestive health. So you're going to be supporting your taste buds because they're going to love it, but you're also going to be supporting your gut health as well. More than 20 flavors to choose from. You'll see us drink OLIPOP on these shows all the time. Get you some HEB, Walmart, Target, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you shop. Make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Nice.
And quick shout out, CentexTickets.com. I need to go to CentexTickets.com to get me some Texas Hoops tickets. Longhorns back in action tomorrow against Vandy at the
Why don't you
Moon.
pick up 8 more for your other 8 friends?
I think it'll be a good crowd tomorrow after that road win at Bama, don't you?
Nice. They're back.
Maybe there'll be 20 or 25 there.
You're getting there.
I'm getting there. Centex tickets has you covered. Texas basketball, men's and women's, concert tickets, comedy show tickets, Broadway show tickets, festivals, anything you need, they've got you. CentexTickets.com. And don't forget the promo code CENTEX10. You type it in at checkout, you'll get 10% off of any purchase from our friends at CentexTickets.com. All right, Buck, a new name to know in the portal. This is a big name to know, literally and figuratively. Jordan Seaton, former Colorado offensive tackle, entered the portal yesterday. This dude is a monster. He may be, Trevor Goosby's in this conversation too, but Jordan Seaton may be the best returning left tackle in the sport for 2026.
Mm-hmm.
He was the number 1 offensive lineman recruit in America coming out of high school in 2024. Spent 2 years at Colorado, started 22 games, so basically a day 1 starter for the Buffs. 6'5", 330, all Big 12 second team in 2025. This guy, I mean, I think it'll be him and Trevor Goosby like fighting to be the first offensive lineman picked in next year's NFL draft. This guy is a monster of a human being and a really good player and a guy who is going to be one of the highest paid non-quarterbacks to transfer this offseason. And according to Pete Nakos of On3, who's one of the most tight-end insiders when it comes to transfer stuff, Texas is a school to watch.
Wow.
So is Oregon. Those were the first 2 schools he mentioned. He also added LSU, Miami, Ole Miss, Texas Tech, Texas A&M. So this guy's going to get a lot of interest, and understandably so. And
You like to have 2 guys on the corners like that? Wow.
So here's the interesting thing here. Here's what Texas has to decide, right? Number 1, I mean, he's going to be really expensive. So it's more than just, do we do this, do we not? It's, okay, are we willing to fork over millions, plural, for this guy? I do think this is a multi-million-dollar player here that we're talking about.
Are we all in or not?
Well, he's a left tackle. Trevor Goosby is also a left tackle. Trevor Goosby was second-team All-SEC this year, and we're talking about him as a pretty close to surefire first-round pick next year. So you've got a great left tackle already. Now, Trevor Goosby, we've seen him play some games at right tackle. We know he's very good there. There are some people who believe that his ceiling at the next level might be a little higher as a right tackle.
Sure.
So do you say, Trevor, we love you. We're going to move you to the right side because we want to bring in this guy? Or do you say, like, no, Trevor, like, left tackles get more money. We love you. We're confident enough in you. We don't need to address this position. We're going to leave you at left tackle, and we're not going to go all in pursuing Jordan Seaton.
Well, I'm going all in, but I'm lying because I'll take that kid and put him at right tackle. If he's that good too, he'll make a pretty good right tackle. They both make good right tackles, so it's just a matter of who wants to go over there and play. They're going to be known in the NFL as left tackles, but hell, they're playing in the NFL. They're playing offensive linemen, a lot of money. Guards, I mean, to get from Alabama, got a lot of money from the Cowboys. Right tackle's good, left tackle's good. I know they always talk about the left tackle, but right tackle's pretty valuable too.
Sure. Here's the thing.
I'm not going all in. I'm not spending everything. I mean, I will attempt to get after that kid and say, listen, you know what? Who makes a difference? The guy playing quarterback can make you look good too.
Sure. Well, right tackles don't get paid what Seaton is going to get paid. That's the thing. You talk about, just get him here, whatever it takes, and just put him at right tackle. Like, you don't pay a right tackle that much money. They're not as valuable. They are valuable. They're not as valuable, especially when you have a right-handed quarterback.
Hey, when you're all in, you're all in. When things are going your way right now, if it's going to cost you that, then outside of your thoughts of what you've been doing and how you've been saving and everything else, if I'm all in and I got a chance to have two guys side by side on both ends like that, I do it.
Yeah. Oh, they're difference makers. You would have the best tackle duo in college football. You might have the best two tackles in college football for
You
20.
will then have the best offensive line in college football with those two guys on the corners.
Well, you still need some guys in the middle.
Yeah, but you'll find enough. You'll find some sluggos in there to play well enough that you will look really good.
That's the thing. That's the debate right here, right? Like, I won't argue against you in terms of wanting Jordan Seaton on this offensive line. He's a hell of a player, and he makes it worlds better. But do you have the money? I don't know Texas's financial situation, right? I know they're not out of money, much to the chagrin of Aggie and Sooner fans everywhere. I know they still have money to spend, even after the crazy run they just went on over the weekend.
Well, I'll say this, BK, the running back that I saw that's coming from Arizona State, the guy who if you're out of place on the end, he bounces outside and makes a lot of yards. It's like to have that on the right-hand side too.
For sure. Again, it's if you can afford Jordan Seaton and still get two very good interior offensive linemen, then yes, please. But if paying $2 million or around that for a left tackle, when you already have a really good left tackle, if that's going to prevent you from being able to add good guys on the inside, then I don't think it's worth it. Now, again, I don't know the financial situation. They might be able to have their cake and eat it too. They could get Seaton, and there's two guards that they're talking to, and they're also going to follow him, and boom, we're set. But if you're asking me to choose between Seaton or two interior offensive line, because I do think that's the choice. I think it's like 1 versus 2, or maybe 3 with the amount that this guy is going to cost.
No, I want to have a great year. I want Seaton on the right side. I want to move Baker down inside a little bit, and then work from there.
Okay, well, who's playing left guard?
I don't care. I'll go down to McDonald's and find somebody.
You don't care? The left guard sucked all year. That was a huge reason why the offensive line was so bad. You have to care.
I can't get away with not a good right. I need to have good tackles.
Brandon Baker is a good tackle. Like, he's not bad. That's the thing. Like, I don't think you need to upgrade. Now, Brandon Baker, like you said, would shift inside to right guard there. But Brandon Baker,
if he can play right guard, he can play left guard too.
Okay, who's going to play right guard? Like, you need 5 offensive linemen.
Coach Flood has to do some work. Hell, he didn't do much last year with y'all. Can he do something and find a right guard out of all these highly recruited, talented guys that he got?
Well, they just lost 4 guards to the portal. So there's not as many of those guys who have been kind of sitting, waiting in the wing. Like, part of the roster thinning that Texas has done has been, letting guards walk for more money. So you don't have, like, you brought in Dylan Sikorsky, the kid from Oregon State.
Yes.
I don't think he's right. He's got 3 years of eligibility left. Like, I don't think he was brought in to be a plug and play starter. You could just say, hey, let's go get Seaton and Sikorsky. We got to coach you up, and you need to be ready to go for September.
Now you're talking. I'm going to make my coaches get to work.
And hey, Connor Robertson's back at center.
Yes, that's a pretty good offensive line.
I would like Texas to find an upgrade there. I would love Robertson to just sort of be a 6th man swing guy on the inside, but they could say, you know what? No, we're getting Seaton, and he's our left tackle, Goosby's right tackle, Baker's right guard, and we'll just go with Robertson and Sikorsky, and boom, there's our 5. Maybe that's what they do.
Now, be careful of pissing Goosby off of just all of a sudden switching him from left to right.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying to hell with it. Who cares?
No. I don't want to piss him off now. I don't want to tick that guy off because the window hadn't closed yet again,
And, like, I think Goosby's enough of a team first guy to where he'd be willing to switch.
I don't know him well enough to say that.
But, yeah, you're right. Same, fair. But I'm thinking more in terms of the NFL. Like, left tackles get drafted higher and paid more by the league than right tackles do. That's just a fact. So
yeah, and they just don't go nilly-willy choosing guys unless you're the Dallas Cowboys. They just choose offensive linemen. They don't give a shit where they play. As long as they're first rounder, just, hey, can you play the offensive line? Yes, okay, we're going to take you first.
Right. Well, and Trevor Goosby may end up with the Cowboys next year. I don't know. They could do a lot worse than that. But yeah, for Texas, you do run a little bit of a risk of pissing Trevor Goosby off, a guy who has done a lot for your school and a guy who is doing a lot for your school by returning. And look, Texas is paying him very handsomely to return. There's no doubt that was a factor in his decision to come back. But yeah, I mean, is he going to be willing to go from left tackle to right tackle to bring in somebody from the portal who's obviously never played here in Austin?
Yeah, I'm not so. I think that's a hard decision for that guy to make. He's so used. He knows all the plays. He knows all the schemes at left tackle. I know it's not much to go over to right tackle, but he's probably thinking, why should I have to do this?
Right.
You know?
Exactly. And it's a fair question because, again, he was second team all SEC this year. And he's a guy that if he left for the 26 draft could have been a first-round pick. So it's not like, oh, he's just fine. He's just there. And it's like, well, it's not. Here's an example for you, Buck. Jake Majors. He's not like Jake Majors where it's like, yeah, he's like good, he's solid, but maybe we could find an upgrade. Felt like everyone was trying to replace Jake Majors every year.
Every year.
And Jake Majors ended up being an undrafted free agent in the NFL. This is not that. We're talking about a first-round guy at left tackle who you would be asking to move positions.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, in my mind, I'm not asking him right now. I'm asking the guy that you're trying to give the money to play right tackle for me.
Then you're not getting him. Like he's not going to come here and play right tackle. So it's got to be, from what I've been told, from what I've read, it's got to be Gooseby making the move.
Okay, well then I'll talk to him, but I'm not having a lot of long, heavy discussions with him. If he says no, I don't want to do that, I want to play left tackle, then I got to go elsewhere. I got to go back to this kid and say, they're going to draft you as a left tackle anyway in the NFL. We need you for this next year. We got a quarterback that's going to make you look good no matter where you play. If you played wide receiver, you'd look good.
Sure. That was a factor in Cam Coleman's decision, right? Word is Texas didn't have the highest offer. Now they had a high offer. No, don't get it twisted. But maybe that's the case with this guy. But man, if you're an offensive lineman, like, man, I mean, the NFL is going to find.
They're one of the smartest group on that field. They're some of the smartest people play the offensive line. I know that's hard to believe.
The NFL is going to find you. They find everybody. If you're a receiver, your success is dependent on the quarterback throwing you the football. If you're an offensive lineman, not as much.
But they'll know you if you play right tackle, they'll know that they have enough on you as a left tackle to move you over there, even in the draft, and say, no, we're recruiting this guy. We're drafting this guy as a left tackle. We've seen him play left tackle. We saw him play as a right tackle, and probably some things more oriented in the run game, which they prefer to do anyway. Offensive lineman rather block for the run. I mean, he'd be fantastic. He's just a right tackle and mauls guy for your running back who can go inside or outside. I mean, that can end up being a plus for that kid too.
Yeah, look,
but I'm not going to piss off Gooseby. I'm not saying, hey, let's meet at my house, for dinner at 5 o'clock. I'm not going through 3 or 4 meetings with him. I'm just going to meet with him, and if he's not down with just moving over there and doing some things at right tackle, he says, no, I got to play left tackle. Then I'll just move on to the next guy if I have to.
Right. Yeah. A couple of people are saying, put Seaton at right tackle. And it's, look, in theory, that sounds great. I'm not opposed to that. I just don't think he's going to be willing to do that if there are other schools with a bunch of money offering him to play left tackle. Because of what I said, that's where the money is at the next level. So, and
he's
again,
still going to get that next level money as a left tackle. They have enough film. They've seen enough of him. But just to move over there for the sake of moving over there, and maybe do a little different footwork, a little bit different, that's not going to hurt him at left tackle, I don't believe. But I'm not asking the guy who's already done it for me for 2 years that I've been invested in and piss him off and have him leave on me.
Yeah, that's an interesting debate, and we'll see what Texas decides to do. Again,
the young right tackle right now, he's moving down.
Yeah, like I think Texas, I mean, they were going after Andrew Sprague from Michigan, and he's a right tackle. And if he would have came here, the plan would have been for Brandon Baker to move down to right guard. So clearly they are open to that idea. But as it stands right now, Brandon Baker is still this team's right tackle. Look, they're going to add more on the offensive line. They're putting in work, and it's a dead period right now. Guys aren't allowed to take visits. So today and tomorrow, I don't know how many bits of breaking news we will get in terms of guys actually committing. But, I think the Texas staff has earned the benefit of the doubt with what they've been able to accomplish these last few days to have you believe that they've got something up their sleeve for the offensive line, and they're going to be just fine. up front. But I just wonder if, spending a bunch of money on a position that you already have is better than.
If I can get that other player, if I spend some more money and that other guy's willing to go play right tackle, I'll spend it.
Yeah, and look, again, if you can get him and get a couple of interior offensive linemen, then great. That is best case scenario. And maybe Texas can, and that's awesome. But if it's like Joe Brunner and Delano Townsend, a couple of interior offensive linemen who I would like at Texas, if it's those guys or Jordan Seaton, I'm taking the 2 interior guys. I am, because I think you're good enough at tackle, and I don't think you're good enough at guard right now. So let's get greedy, I guess, huh?
Well, no, I think you're right, because you got a lot of they run a lot of running plays in between the tackles too now.
Sure.
So your guard's got to be pretty good. Your double teams up to the linebackers with your guard and center. You got to be pretty good for what this offense is about in the run game. And you have those type of runners now. So you do want to be good inside. I just know that if I got a right tackle that's not going to grab somebody when my guy bounces outside, you got a kid that if you watch him on film, if you make a mistake out at the end and you can get leverage on the outside guy, he's got enough quickness to get around the corner. We haven't seen a lot of that lately. We've seen a lot of in between the tackles, kind of runs, and then they bust outside. We haven't seen any dead, you made a mistake and this running back bounces outside on you. We haven't seen a lot. This kid from Arizona State can do that. He sets you up to do that. So
I think both running backs can, by the way.
Yeah.
I think Hollywood Smothers possesses some of that ability too.
Yeah, they're pretty good outside. We just haven't seen, Trey Wisner he was a smallish type of back. He ran really hard inside, but he didn't bounce outside. He caught balls outside, or they had just dead outside runs for him. But these guys seem to set runs up that they bounce outside. Like teams were doing against Texas when they weren't great against the run. A guy would start inside, and then all of a sudden he'd beat you on the corner and be like, damn, how the hell did nobody's out there support? These kids set it up pretty good at running back. I like it.
Yeah, and you've got to have some blockers to help them up front. There's no doubt about that. I mean, even
what you can't have is a guy that grabs and reaches when guys bounce outside, No,
you can't have anything that you had outside of Trevor Gooseby on the offensive line in 2026. Just wasn't good enough. Like we're talking about winning national championships here. We're not talking about 9-3. Like I don't want an offensive line that's good enough to barely get me to 9-3.
There you go. That's the thing.
I want an offense. I want to, Buck, at this time next year, I want to be talking about Texas getting ready for a national championship game. I think everybody.
You want them to sound like when we talk about the Indiana kids or the Miami offensive line.
Right. That would be nice. That's what I want to have around here. So all 5 guys are important. You've got to find 5 guys. Hell, I'd love to have 6 or 7.
I agree. I agree with you. This is as much as I think the kid that is good enough to play center will be able to lead you at center. You're right. You look for them all from this point on. You're trying to win a national championship, and you've got this quarterback. You're all in, then you're all in. Period. So you're looking for guys, even if they played here before. If they're not as good as they got together a little bit better as the season went on, but you're looking for them right away, game 1, and definitely game 1 or game 2. You're looking for something immediately.
We'll see what happens. Jordan Seaton entering the portal, and again, can't take visits right now, but maybe he'll set some up for the weekend.
Now I see Sam Levitt ended up going to headed to LSU.
Yeah.
How many quarterbacks did they get? Didn't they have a quarterback that's there? And another one that came through the portal. Did they have 2 portal quarterbacks?
Yeah, they did. They added I think a guy from Elon, though, was their first. So probably just a depth guy. But I don't know.
Sam is batting 1, huh?
Landon Clark is his name. I guess played pretty well at Elon. I don't know too much about him, to be honest with you. But yeah, Sam Levitt is the starting quarterback for LSU. I'm sure they're paying him a lot of money to be there. And Texas will have to see Sam Levitt again. Obviously, the Longhorns saw him at Arizona State in the Peach Bowl last January 1st. And Texas will be traveling to Baton Rouge in November. Yes. And they will have to see Sam Levitt again. That'll be a fun one. Arch and Sark versus Levitt and Kiffin.
That will be great. That's a big-time game there.
Yeah, it is. So that was the highest-ranked portal player who had been uncommitted, and some sites, the highest-ranked portal quarterback headed to LSU. He'd taken visits to Kentucky There's a lot of thought that maybe Kentucky was going to get him.
Where's Kentucky pulling all these players? I'm telling you, to get that thoroughbred money.
I guess so. Will Stein, former Lake Travis OC, doing a great job there. He's got a couple of Longhorns with your guy, CJ Baxter, and Bo Barnes coming in.
He's just getting a guy that can go down to the practice squad for him.
Maybe Warren Roberson will join those two.
Could.
It could be Texas East in Lexington.
Don't do it.
Lexington is East, right? Yeah, Kentucky's East. Northeast?
Southeast? Maybe.
Well, northeast of us. Southeast.
Northeast, yeah.
Oh, going to the Gulf of America or something?
Yeah.
Send him out there. So that's one to watch. And again, we talked about some of the interior offensive linemen. Joe Brunner. Some good news on Joe Brunner, Buck. The Wisconsin O-lineman, multi-year starter there. Honorable mention All Big Ten. He's a really good player, plug-and-play guy. Indiana viewed as the favorite. They have been from day one. Brunner visited Bloomington and did not commit and did not sign.
Uh-oh.
So there's a chance. Now, he could just be using Texas as leverage to get more money from Indiana. That stuff happens all the time. Hey, Mark Cuban, you say you're spending a lot of money. You want me? I'll go ahead and take another few $100K. Thank you very much. But the door is still at least open for the Longhorns here, and I know Texas is very interested in this guy. So keep an eye out on that name. And then Delano Townsend, I mentioned him. Couple of bad news. Cade Uluave, the Cal linebacker who we've talked about, he committed to BYU late last night. Not a huge surprise.
They got money.
And yeah, once Texas signed the two other linebackers on Friday and Saturday, they were still interested in Uluave. I didn't think they were going to be the highest bidder for him. So he's out. And Wendell Gregory, edge rusher that Texas was interested in, the Oklahoma State transfer, he's going to Kansas State.
Good. Bye.
Bye?
Yeah.
You didn't want him?
I don't want anybody from Oklahoma State.
Does he hate Oklahoma State so much he wants to go against them next year? Is that why he chose Kansas State?
No, he's not good enough for this league. He needs to be right where he is. Stay right in that conference.
So I know Texas was kicking the tires on him. It sounded like that was an NIL-related deal, and maybe K-State just went all in on him.
Yeah, they needed one to take Roberson's place on special teams, running down and grabbing guys on punt returns.
Who's going to do that?
So they'll find somebody.
Hopefully they don't find somebody to do that.
Yes.
Hopefully they find somebody to play on special teams. And
they don't grab and clutch and push in the back.
Yeah, but I'm hoping that guy does the opposite of what Warren Roberson did the last 2 seasons.
That's not much of a loss to me. That when you told me that, I was like, seriously?
I think that was sort of the consensus among Longhorn Nation. It was like, bye.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's almost, how the hell did he get here?
He's a 4-star recruit out of high school.
How the hell did he get on the special teams and stay on the special teams?
You got to ask Jeff Banks about that, because that's the one. Like, of course, I'm going to fault the kid because he's the guy out there committing the penalties. But the coach, what are you coaching, number one, and why are you not putting somebody else out there, number two?
When he keeps doing the same things over and over again that aren't good.
Definition of insanity, right? Same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
You get the same result.
Yeah, on punt team or punt return team and on kickoff return team, it's just, anytime you had a good return, you're just looking for that flag.
I'm just looking for a player who disappears, like somebody gets shoved in the back. You see the guy going back there, and then all of a sudden you're seeing a guy go flying forward with his head down, and 24 is around. I was going, uh-oh.
Yeah, well, you didn't have to see the play actually happen. If you saw a flag on special teams,
you knew who it was.
You weren't surprised that there was a flag. You were surprised if it was on somebody else besides Roberson. If they said any other number besides 24, you're like, oh, you're almost relieved. Like, hey.
Now, if you'd told me that dude was a pretty good man-to-man cover guy and I didn't see his movement on the way he moves on special teams, I'd say, okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But I'm not buying that guy won't grab you as a man-to-man cover guy, no matter what they say.
Right. Yeah, and he wasn't going to start at Texas. And I think he would have played some. He would have been a part of that corner rotation, but
he would have never been a starter here.
Yeah,
all the years that he'd be here.
He's got a chance to go somewhere else and get some more opportunities.
Absolutely.
To make some more money. So, Warren Roberson is headed elsewhere. We'll see where he ends up. All right, we will take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512.
Have we had any information on Jordan Shipley? Has his dad put out anything since the accident? I mean, I know he was putting out some daily stuff, but is Jordan getting better? I mean, I know he's not getting. I'm going to pray that he's not getting worse. But are there things that a lot of stuff that he's going to have to go through?
The answer to that is yes. I haven't seen a super recent update. Maybe somebody on the Coda text line can help us out, or someone on the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or Twitch live chat can help us out. But yeah, suffered severe burns from that accident he suffered on his ranch last week. And I mean, we saw a couple of pictures. His brother Jackson posted a picture from a hospital bed. And I don't know. I mean, it sounds like he's got a long ways to go.
On recovery, okay.
On recovery. So I'll try to find something during the show. And again, if anybody out there has something, let us know. Yeah, hopefully things will be okay for Jordan Shipley. All right, we will take your thoughts. The Coda text line, 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. More college football conversation to get into. We might be sticking with a 12-team playoff next year.
I saw that. I saw that. It looks like if they don't get anything done, we're right back at it again.
We will get into the latest reports there. Also, Brooks Koepka coming back to the PGA Tour.
He's in the portal?
He apparently is in the portal. We'll get to that as well. But before we shift gears, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Let me see our friends over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle. And once again, my back can be happier. I feel fantastic sitting in my Relax the Back chair that I've had for over 20 years. And folks, they've got some great Tempur-Pedic sales over at both Relax the Back stores. Tempur-Pedic mattress sets and, of course, pillows, zero gravity recliners. They have got it all. All the accessories that you're looking for to make your body feel good. Neck, shoulders, hips, the whole works. Thoracic, lumbar. They've got everything that you need to give you a little bit of comfort for those that are still feeling bad in the new year. Don't feel bad. Go to Relax the Back and find one of the accessories or one of the chairs or, of course, the recliners that they have, the bed sets, the mattress sets just for you. Two great locations. One is at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Love our friends at Relax the Back. Also love audio-visual consultations. You know what? We always talk about AV consultations. Let's let AV consultations talk about AV consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audio-Visual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
Yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Sweet.
There you go. Love AV Consultations, 512-255-8678. Also love the Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you could find in the world. Just go ahead and say that. I'm going to put that statement out right there, and I'm not going to back down. Altstadt Beer is the best beer that you could find anywhere in the world. Should I expand it to the universe?
Go ahead.
To the galaxy?
The galaxy, yeah.
What's
Even
bigger?
if you're on the moon, if you get it on the moon, it's going to be great.
What's bigger, the universe or the galaxy? Do we know?
I think they're the same.
Same thing? All
Yeah.
right. I'm not a big
I don't know where such as and maps and such as, but I don't get it.
Yeah, everywhere like such as South Africa and the Iraq and all that. I don't really care for space. I think that's well documented. But hey, I do care for Altstadt Beer. That is also well documented. My choice of beer should be yours as well. Perfect for any occasion. You're sports watching. You're hanging out with friends and family. If If you're chilling inside to avoid the allergies, if you're hanging out outside, doesn't matter. Altstadt is perfect for any occasion, and they've got a bunch of different brews as well. So something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their flagships. Those are award-winning German-style beers. They've got a great Hefeweizen. They've got a great light beer. They've got some seasonal brews. Something for everyone. Get you some. Any liquor store, any grocery store, your favorite bar and restaurant, make sure you are asking for the best because you deserve the best in this life. That is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Sweet.
All right, Buck, where do you want to go next? College football playoff discussions?
I need to go to Kepka. I need to go to Kepka. Brooksy.
Brooksy is entering the transfer portal, and he is apparently returning to the PGA Tour, Buck.
He's crushing your tour.
He is leaving my tour, Live Golf, the best tour in the world. He's been with Live since 2022, and he is headed back to the PGA Tour. His first PGA event in 4 years will be at the Farmers Insurance Open.
To the farmers market, yes.
The end of the month. I don't know if he's going to the farmers market, although he's married, so maybe he is going there. Kepka is the first defector to come back. And he is allowed to return to the PGA Tour under a one-time returning member program.
Yeah, the portal closes when the portal closes on the 2nd of February.
Well, it only applies to players who have won a major or the Players' Championship since 2022. So they're basically saying, like, if you're average and you went over there, stay over there. We don't want you back. But
yes.
Hey, Brooks Koepka. Hey, John Rahm.
Cameron Smith,
if you guys would like to return, this is your opportunity to do so. And as of now, this is only a one-time thing. Now, we'll see. Maybe the PGA Tour. I would think they would take any of those guys back at any time.
Yeah, we're going to have a portal window now for those guys every year that want to stay. But
I think it could happen. I think it could happen at any point during the year, don't you?
Think so? They can
if John Rahm is like, if John Rahm in May says, you know what, I'm done with Live, PGA Tour is not going to be like, nah.
Got to wait till next year.
You got to wait. Like, no, they'll take that dude back in a heartbeat. So they're playing hardball, as they should. But if one of the big dogs wants to return, they'll take him back.
No, they're not just coming back for free. You told me there's a price to be paid here.
So this is the crazy thing, right? There's a major penalty that Brooks Koepka has to pay here. $5 million contribution to charity.
Okay, that's fine.
Which is good. No access to FedEx Cup bonus money in 2026. No sponsor exemptions in signature events.
Well, that sucks because he hadn't been playing that well.
Right. And most importantly, no equity grants in the PGA Tour for the next 5 years.
What?
The PGA Tour estimates, based on Koepka performing at the level he's performed in his career, that the financial repercussions could be worth anywhere from $50 to $85 million. I'm
going back to Live.
Why would he leave Live?
Yeah, I mean, because he's still a young dude. He's got a young family. He wants to be close. He didn't move his family over there. They moved over there for a month or 2 weeks or 6. But that's not his permanent home. His home is in the United States, and he's sick of that travel, dude.
Over there, there are less tournaments with Live than there is in PGA Tour.
And they're shorter, Well, they probably want him to show up at all kinds of stuff. He's probably done with that. He's probably done with that lifestyle. He's just probably done with it. That's all. Probably can't get any Altstadt beer there. Probably can't get it. I know
they have tournaments here in the States. And they have
a lot of tournaments. By the way, they have a lot of tournaments here.
Hey, you're making my point for me. And the PGA, it's not like the PGA Tour doesn't have international events.
Well, I just don't see him on American TV. I don't see him doing club deals on TV, where Titleist or whatever who he's represented by. You don't see his picture enough on local TVs. He's got to be like, these people over here don't know me. They may have me on one commercial a month or something. Here, when you got it going on, and plus he's not playing that well. He's not getting better. Well, I'm pretty sure he'd like to have some better competition.
I think he gets guaranteed. So he's not playing well, but he wants better competition. How does that make sense?
Well, I just think he wants to be more in the limelight of opportunities. It's not like opportunity. He makes a lot of money there. For being shitty, he makes a lot of money.
I'm not sure what you're arguing because you were talking out of every side of your mouth.
I'm just saying this. I think he wants the notoriety of playing with the best players.
Okay. Yeah, you might be right. And the PGA Tour is better than LIV. It's higher regarded. There's more talent there. It's still viewed as the number one tour in the sport. It's not, but it is viewed that way. So I'm sure all of those things were a factor. And apparently Koepka had 1 year remaining on his LIV contract, and they were negotiating, and he didn't like the way negotiations were going. So you made the joke about the transfer portal. Like we're seeing, it's happened at Texas a bunch. Guys are being asked to take a pay cut, and they're like, to hell with that, I'm leaving. So I wouldn't be surprised if LIV Golf is like, we're not as big as we thought we would be at this point. So we don't have as much money to offer you on this next deal as we did the first one. So here's our offer. And maybe Brooks was like, I'm not sticking around for less money. I'm going back.
Yeah, I'm not doing the amount of travel that they do when they have to go there. He said, nah, I just rather travel around to Michigan and places like that, New York. He said, I'm not getting in all these private jets with all this cash and coming to your place anymore. I had enough. I just think he wants to get to being a little bit more competitive,
Yes, maybe so.
And maybe he's sick of wearing shorts and listening to jams, on the golf course. Maybe he wants it quiet again.
Maybe. Yeah, and Brooks Koepka did an interview, and he gave some quotes, and he said, there was no negotiating. It's meant to hurt. It does hurt, but I understand. It's not supposed to be an easy path. There's a lot of people that were hurt by it when I left, and I understand that's part of coming back, end quote. So Koepka, he's not trying to fight the punishment. He knows what he has to do. He knows what he has to sacrifice, but he is willing to do it.
No exemptions, huh? That's wild. Like I said, he hadn't, he's come and tried to play, a couple of these majors. He didn't make the cut. He's probably thinking, I need some exemptions here.
Right. I wonder what the reaction is going to be from fans. I wonder what the reaction is going to be from other players.
Oh, he's a bitterman. They're going to mess with him anyway.
Well, yeah. Are they going to boo? Are they going to be happy he's back? Like I could see fans being like cheering. Like, thank God we got a really good golfer back on this tour that we actually care about.
I think that all depends. People can get under your skin, and he kind of easily lets people get under his skin, so they're going to mess with him a little bit.
Yeah,
just like any other golfer.
And the players too. Like, is it going to be weird? Right at the majors, it's always been weird with those LIV guys and the PGA guys together.
I think the first year wasn't that much. I think it wasn't that easy. I think the second year into this stuff, it's been pretty easy when they come back to the major. It hadn't been as bad.
Yeah. Well, I wonder. It's not just majors now. Now it's every tournament. So I wonder how. I feel like the cool guy, Scotty Scheffler's not going to care. He's going to say the right things. Jordan Spieth, I think him and Brooks are friends. Like, he's going to say the right things.
And he's friends with all the right guys.
Rory McIlroy, the keeper of the sport, the most important golfer who's ever lived in his own eyes. I could see him being a little petty about this deal. But
yeah, but that won't last long. They'll all get to competing on the golf course.
Here's why I think Koepka's crazy. I don't know how much longer LIV has. I still feel like a merger is going to come at some point between the two sides.
Yes.
And everybody who comes back to the PGA Tour, I feel like they're not going to have to deal with this punishment. Like, I feel like if Koepka just stayed at LIV, could have made a bunch of money there, and then in a couple of years he would have ended up back at the PGA Tour anyways without having to give up all he's giving. I could be way off on that. Maybe the LIV lasts forever, and this was his only chance to really make it happen. But I don't know. I was surprised to see this, and I'd be surprised if we see somebody else accept these terms because they are hefty.
Yeah, look for Koepka to be wearing good products.
Yeah,
good golf. The new company that's out there. Look for some of these guys to come back here and pump up what they're trying to do.
Well, so that means Koepka's here in November for the tournament in our city. Then all right, that's cool.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, those guys got it good. They just had it good where he was. He can come back here. You're going to lose some, but he'll gain it back if he plays well. He's still young enough to get right back to going. He just hadn't been that competitive, BK. That's got to suck. I know cash and checks, but I mean, that's a pretty competitive dude when it comes to majors, and he hadn't been competitive in the majors lately. He doesn't like that.
Right.
Now, Cam Smith and all those dudes, are they coming back? John Rahm, I could see Rahm staying and being the guy who makes the most money over there.
Yeah,
period.
he does make a lot of money over
Yes.
there. And as of now, he's staying over there. I mean, obviously,
Yeah,
Bryce
he's not negotiating anything with them.
DeChambeau is another big name over there that
True.
would qualify to come back. You know, Sergio's over there, Bubba Watson, Dustin Johnson, Cam Smith. I don't know if anybody wants Phil Mickelson these days, like Tyrrell Hatton. I mean, there's some big names and guys who've had a lot of success in the sport. So we'll see if anybody else follows. I don't know, though. It's a lot of money that Brooks is turning down with Liv and also being forced to turn down with the PGA.
Well, he says it's about his family. So
Sure. Hey, it's not about the money. You don't make this decision if it's about the money,
no.
because you're giving up a lot of money for this. So maybe he's anti-Saudi now. His morals caught up to him, and he doesn't want to be a part of this.
I just think he wants to play with the best golfers in the world.
Yeah.
And
Maybe.
it's playing over there and doing those, 54-hole deal. He's not getting any better, And even though he'll say he doesn't like the golf events, that dude wants to play competitive golf. If he's playing every week over there,
you keep saying over there, Buck, like they have so many tournaments in the States. You think Liv?
I mean, just playing with when I say over there, I mean the guys that he plays over there.
Got it.
The competition that he plays.
Got it.
The competition, he wants to play against the best competition. And what's sucking about it, he's not, even against that competition, he's struggling a little bit.
Yeah, that must be the reason why, because there's less travel in Liv. Like, there's less events, so there's less travel with that league. So, and there's more money to be made. So maybe you're right. Maybe that's the reasoning. But yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to think of that guy as a competitor and wants to try to be the best, no matter what he plays.
The guy who usually doesn't give a crap about any tournament besides a major is now some huge competitor.
I think he's pretty much wants to be better.
All right. Well, we all want to be better on the course. Agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Yeah.
It ain't happening, but I agree with it.
You're right. I'm with you there. So there you go. There's your golf story for the day.
The portal closes February 2nd.
Is that the date? Feb 2?
Yeah, Feb 2.
Okay.
Portal closes for them.
Let's see if anybody else. What is that? 3 weeks away? John Rahm or one of those other guys decide to follow suit.
Wouldn't that surprise you if John Rahm, because John Rahm is the guy who can make all the money. The Spaniard can make all of the money there.
He's made a bunch of it.
Yes.
And he's the face of that league, and it'd be a tough thing to give up. So,
yeah, guys like Cam Smith, who, they were hot here for a while. Now they're over there, and they're struggling too. It's just, well, everybody can't be struggling. Somebody's got to be good over there.
John Rahm,
yeah.
Bryson is really good over there.
Yes.
Joaquin Neiman.
Oh, your guy. That's your guy. Joaquin.
That's my guy. Yeah, he's pretty good. The Gooch man, Taylor Gooch.
Those dudes are staying there. They're staying for the money.
Fatty Reed.
Oh, they're definitely staying for the money.
Sergio's
coming to the end of the show too. He and Phil Mickelson. I say that, but they're still cashing in big time.
Phil Mickelson, I don't think would be allowed to come back if he would never want to. But I think the PGA.
Does he want to deal with Rory? Does he want to deal with Rory?
No, he wants no part. Neither side wants either part or any part of the other.
No.
Right now. Buck, the college football playoff might be sticking at 12 teams after all. The deadline for a decision to be made for the 2026 season is January 23rd. January 23rd, 10 days from now. It was originally December 1st, but the conference commissioners agreed to push it back to January 23rd to give them more time to figure it out. College football leaders, including all 10 FBS conference commissioners, Notre Dame's AD, and the 11 presidents and chancellors who comprise the board of managers, they're going to meet January 18th. That's where I got my dates confused. They're going to meet the 18th, which is the day before the national championship game, to discuss a couple of options for the future of the CFP. And if they can't come to an agreement by the deadline, the playoff is going to remain at 12 teams.
Yeah, if the Big Ten doesn't have more say than the SEC or very close to what the commissioner of the SEC has, the powers that he has, they're probably going to be back at 12 again.
Apparently there's a stalemate between the SEC and the Big Ten. So Daddy Sankey and Tony Petitti small TD. Apparently they're having some sort of argument that is preventing anything from happening right now, because the SEC and the Big Ten were given more power than the other conferences a couple of years ago, which makes sense. And yeah, they can't agree on something. And if they can't come to a compromise,
you think one of them wants 24 teams and let's just get going?
Yeah, that's it. So they're expected to discuss two models in this meeting on Sunday. One of them is a 16-team field that includes 5 conference champions and 11 at-large teams. And the other one is a 24-team field. So that's the debate right now. It's not 14 versus 16. It is 16 versus 24. And I think the majority of the conference commissioners, at least as of right now, prefer 16.
Yes.
It's a little surprising, because it just feels like more is always more when it comes to playoff expansion in any sport. So I guess like hearing that they're not going to, or at least they're not leaning.
What is the Big Ten are looking for more guarantees for their conference? Because that's the way it works.
I think that's the biggest issue is, these conferences, the SEC and the Big Ten.
Now that Indiana's gotten good, all of a sudden, are we saying that Northwestern is going to get good too? They want to make sure that when Northwestern gets really good, that they're in.
I don't know.
Just tell the Big Ten, if they want to get all that power, just tell them to talk Notre Dame into joining them and quit messing around.
So the Big Ten is looking for 24.
Yes.
That's what they want. They are willing to do 16 for a couple of years if they basically get some sort of guarantee that it'll eventually reach 24 teams.
So we can see Iowa play.
All right. We got to see Iowa. We got to see Illinois.
Yes.
We got to see Rutgers in there from time to time.
Oh, my God. Maybe even Minnesota gets into play.
Maybe the Gophers, they can row their boat into the playoff. Who knows?
Oh.
So I don't think the SEC is looking for that. I think the SEC is looking for 16. The 24-team model that's being discussed seems like it's no automatic qualifiers. It's just we're putting the best 24 teams, and that is the playoff. Well, the 16-team model that's being discussed is, again, 5 conference champions and 11 at-large teams.
I don't know. Yeah, the Big Ten, I don't know if they want that 24 model. They
do. It is on the record that they want 24 teams.
Yeah, that's
at least
crazy.
Their conference commissioner does. It's all about the money. Everybody knows this. Obviously, the more teams you have, the more playoff games you get, the more money goes into everybody's pockets.
Yeah, and your conference, the more teams you can get in there.
Right, of course. In the Big Ten, they had Indiana, Ohio State, and Oregon this year.
Yeah, like you said, they're trying to get the Illinois of the world. They're hoping that, of course, obviously Michigan will be right back in there. They should quit it because Michigan State ain't ever getting back in there. They're skunk oil in the water there.
I can't believe they made a 4-team playoff once.
Isn't that something?
They got smoked. They might as well not have made it, but they did make it. I mean, Mark D'Antonio was a really good coach there for a long time, and since he left, disaster. I don't know. I mean, 12 teams is more than enough for me. I'd be okay if they went down to 8. I know that's not happening.
Not going backwards.
Right. So my preference, if it's 16 or 24, if that's what I have to choose from, then I would prefer 16. If it's 12 or 16, then I would prefer 12.
They'd love to have. They wouldn't love to have it, but I don't think they'd mind a stalemate and figure it out the following year. And be back at 12 again.
How much time do you need to figure it out? They've had.
I know. It seems like we were talking about this in June.
We were, and they already pushed the deadline back a month and a half. Like, how much time do they need to figure this out?
Well, they were putting it on Daddy Stanky for a while to get this done because he was controlling all this. Now, all of a sudden, the Big Ten says, wait a minute. Who's been the national champ around here over the last couple of years? We need to wield a little bit more power than your group. I know it just means more, but maybe it doesn't mean that much more. We're seeing where you guys are the last 2 years.
Yeah. It feels like if those two guys can come to an agreement, then we'll be fine. Whatever it is, whatever they decide. But like that is the holdup there, is that the SEC wants one thing and the Big Ten wants another thing. And those are the guys who sit at the heads of the table.
Yes.
And until they figure something out, then we're going to be sitting at 12.
Well, next week it's going to hurt the SEC once Indiana whips the shit out of Miami.
Right. Yeah, that'll be 3 straight for the Big Ten. I mean, look, it's already 3 straight years without an SEC team even playing in the game.
Yeah.
So it's fair to say, I mean, at least at the top, that the Big Ten has surpassed the SEC's best conference of college
Yeah,
football.
right now the tide has changed a little bit.
Top to bottom, I still think the SEC is the best. And I mean, I said that before Texas got there. But at the top, I mean, if it's 3 national championships in a row and your league doesn't even have a team in that game 3 years in a row,
yes,
like as of this moment in time, it's hard to argue in favor.
But you're still the power broker
of the SEC. Yeah, of course. Like, and they carry a big stick. Daddy Sankey carries a big stick now.
Well, I don't think it's going to get to 24 this quick. I think 16. If they come to agreement. If not, we'll still be sitting at 12 here shortly.
And if it's 12, are we going to have the same model that we had this year in terms of 1 spot guaranteed for a G5 and the potential of 2 G5s getting in?
Let's not do 2 ever again.
And that was a joke. That was a disaster for college football. I mean, 1 already is controversial for some. And
yes.
2 is just, I mean, what are we doing here? So I think at minimum, if you are going to stick with 12, you got to have something in place that says that is not happening.
No, we can't have 2 of those again.
So that's the thing. Maybe that's why the Big Ten wants 24 is if we're going to have to put a G5 team in, let's make sure we have enough good conference teams in there too.
For sure.
But I don't know. More is not necessary here. And again, this meeting happens on Sunday. And the deadline is 10 days from now. So we'll know if it's going to be 12 teams. And it matters. Look, it matters for Texas. I mean, the hope is the Longhorns are good enough to where it won't matter. But this year they finished in that 12 to 16 team range. So if it's still a 12-team playoff next year, you know what that's going to mean next year.
You better not lose more than 2.
Right, exactly. If you lose 3 games, it doesn't matter how good your schedule is. It's been proven over 2 years.
Unless you're Notre Dame.
Notre Dame got left out with 2 losses.
I know, but they'll figure they won't do that again. It's almost like Alabama the year before where they got screwed. They weren't going to get screwed a second year in a row. Notre Dame won't get screwed twice in a row.
No, you're right.
They won't do that to the mighty Notre Dame 2 years in a row. That's not happening.
There was already that MOU, right, that was signed that basically assures Notre Dame a spot as long as they're within the top 12 or whatever.
They're doing a great job of keeping that quiet, keeping that down.
We'll talk about it.
Well, yeah, they're going to talk about it too. Nationally, it'll get talked about here shortly.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll have our answer in 10 days.
We'll eventually get to 24. It'll be like college basketball. We'll start picking up the numbers. It'll get there, but I don't know what the rush is. There really isn't any rush, except for money. That's the rush. It's the gold rush of money. That's what it is. And if they don't, they'll come to some kind of agreement.
You say like college basketball? That means we're headed to 68 teams?
Oh, no. 24 to me is like college basketball, football teams.
Right.
I don't need to see ever any more than that.
If 24 is scary enough. If it gets to
saying.
24 this quick, like you said.
Like I'm saying, I don't think it will. I don't think they're gonna go that way. I don't think the Big Ten is gonna win out, even if they win a national championship, to getting over the next 2 years us to 24. I think they'll have no agreement. They'll stay at 12, then they'll move to 16, and 24 will get here, 2030 or something like that. I don't think it'll be before that. And then I don't think it'll ever get past that, BK. I don't think we're going to have a college football free-for-all at 30-some teams. I don't even want to see that much football. I don't want to see that much bad football.
It's hard to recognize college football these days, man. It
really is.
It's so different from what it was when you were coaching and when I was growing up.
To keep up with the players, the agents, the college coaches, things happening where all of a sudden a team that was, forget it, not just Cinderella, but just was crap, all of a sudden in 2 years is amazing.
Everything has changed. Everything has changed. And I'm not sure there's been any sport in human history that has undergone as much rapid change as what college football has undergone in the last 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, you can always count on K-State to just be horrible for you. I mean, that was like the going thing. How did K-State do this year? Of course you know what K-State. They're terrible.
K-State, they've had some really good years.
Back in the day. That's what I mean. But like you said, how college football has changed. You could always Figure
Oh,
out.
I'm not talking about 50 years ago. I'm talking about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
There's no transfer portal. There was no NIL. It was
Yeah,
4 teams in the playoff, and obviously that was a change from like 10 years ago when we didn't even have that.
Some things stay the same. Notre Dame doesn't have to be in a conference.
Right. Very few things stay the same. That's one thing that apparently will
if
never
they decide they're not going to be in a conference, nobody's forcing them to join anything, and they can still have it their way. Talking about having your cake and eating it too.
Can you find me like 5 more things? Can you find me 2 more things that have really stayed in college football?
I don't know, the goalposts.
Shoot, I don't know. Some teams have taken them down after big wins, so even those have changed.
No, there's not much. I mean, it's just
they still play 60 minutes, I think.
Yeah, that part is still the same.
4 downs to get 10 yards. The on-field rules are relatively similar, but everything off the field.
I mean, football has changed so much. I mean, that whole 4th down, going for it on 4th down stuff, people not taking the points. I've been looking at that all week. I'm like, I see that during the weekend. I see that NFL has now gotten to the point where, dude, if it's 4th and 5, we're going.
Sure.
If you're over the 50, I'm like, damn.
That's a philosophy change, but that ain't the entire sport. Like the NFL hasn't gone to, oh, no, now everybody gets a 1-year contract. That's all you get. And then, boom, you could just negotiate.
Oh, no.
There may be a salary cap, but no one's really enforcing it. So we're going to have that. And you know what? Next year we might have 24 teams in our playoff instead of 14. So we're going to go ahead and make that change.
Everybody makes the playoffs.
Yeah, that's just we're going to do all of that. And yeah, it's bizarre.
I don't know. I don't know if I can say, do I like the change? Do I like people being able to buy teams and buy players? I mean, I think there's really some good, solid college football that's going on with these older guys playing on teams when they're buying these guys.
Yep.
But you can tell the maturity level of teams and the players. And
sure.
I mean, if you watch it, just as a casual fan of watching it, some of these teams hit differently with these older dudes on their team.
Right. Oh, I mean, it's not like you didn't have that in the past. It's just guys would stay and develop at one school versus.
Yeah, you wouldn't see them develop until their third year.
Right. Well, that's happening. It's just guys are developing at one place and then they're going somewhere else to develop, which fine. It's just different. I mean, I'm in favor of guys getting paid. There's no regulations on this. I don't think I'm in favor of guys transferring 6 times in their college career. Matter of fact, I know I'm not in favor of that. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So I don't know. All right, we'll take your thoughts.
Loyal to the money right now.
Loyal to the money. A lot of mercenary merchants out there, if you will.
Cam Coleman, I'm happy that you're one of them.
I don't know if you believe the stories. Cam Coleman didn't take as much money. I think Auburn offered Cam Coleman more money to stay.
I got to believe it's about the quarterback. It's about where he can. I mean, if you're a first-round draft pick at a certain position and you need to have a guy throwing the ball to you or handing the ball off to you that's pretty good, I think that's a wise business decision to move up in the draft by coming to a place like Texas if you're a wide receiver. You got to look at the quarterback and say, no, that guy can make me some money. I'm going to make enough money to survive the semester, the one semester I'm going to be here until I'm out of here. I got enough money that they're going to give me. But that guy right there can make me some long-term money in the short term.
I think that was a part of the decision. Absolutely. It's going to help.
I think that works the same way, like I said, when you talk about these tackles and stuff too. You know, trying to talk your left tackle who's been protecting this guy for a year and a half now, he's got to say, no, I'm not flipping over to the right side. Are you crazy? I think that's got to be a part of it. He's not the guy you have to talk into something. It's the other guy you have to talk into it.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see what happens there. Jordan Seaton, a name to know from Colorado, entering the portal. Big loss. Big loss for the Buffs. It's a huge recruiting win for
Dion can't keep him there. Dion can't keep him there.
I don't know. Guess not. Not making enough money from all those Aflac and DirecTV commercials.
Dude, that team is so bad.
They're not good. But they got Leon Galafau, so that helps.
Oh, geez.
Oh, man. Quick shout-out, Hecht Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. The very best at what he does. A guy who's been a good friend of mine personally for more than a decade. I can vouch for him. He's compassionate with clients, but he is a junkyard dog in the courtroom. So if you or somebody you know gets hurt in a car wreck, gets injured on the job, suffers any kind of personal injury, don't call the weirdos you see on TV. call Hurricane Hecht, because you're actually going to get to work with Hurricane Hecht. The guy whose name is on the firm. That's a big deal, and he is going to fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. And the best part, you don't pay unless he wins your case. That's how confident he is, and he should be that confident. He's that good. 512-938-8929. Maybe a good idea to put his number in your phone so you have it if you ever need it. Also, hechtlawfirm.com for more info.
Let me ask you this about LaFau. I mean, was that a kid that, that you don't know, he doesn't know what his pro career could be like. He may not be big enough. He may be a tweener. And then, I mean, it's probably a money thing where if you can get a couple extra $200,000 more, $300,000 more to place, you probably do it because of what your likelihood of making it. That's a nice bankroll to have going out into the world if you don't make an NFL team, but to stay here and play.
That's
probably a good business decision for him.
It's a money thing. And I was a little surprised to see.
It's not a playing time thing. He was going to get playing time. He was going to be played a lot anyway.
Right. He started every game this year.
Right.
And you lose Anthony Hill and you lose Trey Moore.
He was still going to be playing. Right.
Yeah. So I think it was more of a money thing. And, when LaFau originally entered the portal, there were rumors about BYU and Oregon potentially being the spots. Those teams have a lot of money. He ends up at Colorado, which I would guess he still got a raise from what Texas was offering him.
Sure.
But I don't know if it was as much as he was looking for. Like maybe he got some bad advice from an agent there telling him, hey, if you leave, you're going to make this much. And then he ended up making less. I don't know. Maybe Colorado was the highest bidder. Maybe those other schools were interested and Colorado just wanted him so badly that
you're right. That's true.
They put more on the table. I don't know if we'll ever have an answer to that, but
it's hard to blame a guy like that, BK, for Liam because of what his future holds,
Right.
Like I said, for a couple extra $100,000, there's not many college kids leaving college with that in the bank.
Well, exactly. I think that's what Parker Livingston did. I think that's what Trey Wisner did. I think that's what DeAndre Moore did. I don't know how many of those guys are like locks to be longtime NFL players. I don't think any of them are locks.
I think either the names you said aren't. So
yeah,
that's why if the business is the business right now and you have an opportunity to do that, you do it. But guys like first-round draft picks, tackles, wide receivers, running backs, if your quarterback can make you more money in your future, then when you make that move, that's fine. I don't have any problems with that.
Sure.
And like I said, it's not like, I don't know. I said the other day, I think maybe we'll get back to the point where, my uncle went to Texas. I'm going to go to Texas. I'm not leaving there. I make enough money. I'm good enough. I don't know if we ever get back to that ever. I was thinking that someday something has to change with this. When the money doesn't change, the people aren't going to change. The money gets big, the people are going to make money decisions.
Money talks and BS walks.
Yeah, you're right.
What'd you say about my uncle or your uncle?
I'm just saying, if my uncle went to Texas, I'm going to go to Texas. He played on the football team. I'm going to go there. I'm not leaving there. I'll make a good enough living, for the time that I'm at Texas. I'm a good player. If I make it to the NFL, it's not one of those chancy deals now. I think I'm good enough to make it in the NFL because they all think they're good enough.
Of course,
they all think they're going to, whether they're the third string guy. They all think that when their time is up, they're going to have an NFL opportunity. The realistic part is you're probably not. You're the 1% or less than 1% that's going to make it. So if you can have an extra $200,000 in the bank leaving college, when you get cut, if you're a free agent like I was and stuff, that's not a bad way to start life.
No, not at all. Not at all. A lot of guys are making those kinds of decisions. Here's what I have to say about uncles.
That kick, season's over, comes to a screeching halt, and missing that kick and the winter going on.
You know how it is. If my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle.
You think he was saying that last night? What did he say last? Did we have any sound from him last night?
No, I should have cut some up. We had the Rodgers.
He must be looking because they're thinking about getting rid of him too, probably.
And the
another
Steelers
playoff loss.
They've lost 7 straight playoff games.
And there goes their Monday night streak.
There goes their Monday night streak that went all the way back to the 90s, by the way.
Thank you, Aaron Rodgers.
Mike Tomlin has lost 7 straight playoff games. That ties Marvin Lewis for the longest streak of consecutive playoff losses.
Sorry, bro.
You don't want to be associated with Marvin Lewis as an NFL coach. And the Steelers have now gone 9 years without a playoff win. That is their longest in franchise history. It's a proud franchise. And they are just good enough to be over 500 every year. Some years that gets them into the playoffs, but they're not winning when they get there.
No, that's gonna. They got some tough decisions. Well, it's Pittsburgh. They'll have him back.
Feels like they'll have him back, but it looks like Doc Rivers in the playoffs these days.
Yeah, Mike Tomlin. Yeah, but has Doc Rivers ever won a championship? Mike Tomlin has won a Super Bowl.
Yeah. So Doc Rivers won with the Celtics in 2008, but just like Tomlin, like they won one early in their careers, and every time they get to the playoffs, they collapse. Now, that's what they're known for. So I kind of hope Pittsburgh doesn't make a move because I don't like Pittsburgh, but I think they should make a move. And look, Tomlin will get hired.
You don't want to see the old Woody take on Mike Tomlin there, do you? No, I mean, I'm not Woody. I'm the Giants. You don't want to see the Giants take that shot, do you?
Mike Tomlin? I wouldn't care.
Yeah, they don't have any players anyway.
He's already won a Super Bowl somewhere else, so he's not
Oh,
going to
you already know that. If he won somewhere, he's not winning somewhere else.
Those are the rules. All right, we'll bring on the boys. We're cutting into their time. It's Double R. It's Wags. Gentlemen, good morning. How we doing?
Hey, good morning, boys.
Good morning, boys. What's going on?
Don't bring him to New York, please.
No, don't bring that attitude.
Don't bring purgatory. We're already in purgatory. Maybe 2 purgatories make reality. I don't know.
Your team. Hey, by the way, your team wishes they could get to purgatory.
He wishes they could be like 10-7 or 9-8 every year. Right?
Yeah, really.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
Are the Giants not in purgatory right now? Have they not been in purgatory?
No, they're in hell. They had
Joe Judge as a coach.
They're not at the halfway point where they're half in heaven and half in hell. They're in hell. They're not in purgatory. They're
crawling out of the depths. Crawling out of the depths.
I mean, Joe Brady's the one who's got to be careful where he goes. I mean, he can get one of these gigs. He's got. I know he's never had a head coaching gig, but
it could kill his career. It could kill the momentum for his career.
Yeah, I mean, don't you have to watch where you go? Like if you go to the Raiders, you're for sure going. I mean, it's not going anywhere.
Sometimes
Mendoza mania, boys.
Yeah, it's the thing. I mean, like if you're a good enough coach, you'll make it work. We would have said the same thing about Chicago. If you go to Chicago, your career's done. Look at Ben Johnson.
Yeah, you're right.
And it's like if you believe in the quarterback, Caleb Williams didn't have a very good rookie year. A lot of people closed the door on him. Ben Johnson clearly believed in him. So he went there, and it worked. So if Joe Brady believes in Fernando Mendoza, then maybe the Raiders can be a little something.
That's true.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. Remember.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Remember, Vrabel was the problem in Tennessee. Look at that guy.
Still is the problem.
Yeah. He's still the problem. All right.
Yeah.
For Tennessee.
Hey, you guys, y'all want to hit a quick hypothetical Tuesday here on a
Let's the right
Tuesday? It's been too long.
What kind of question is that?
I apologize for that. All right, how about this? You guys all have homes, right? You're all homeowners?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
I believe that's an abbreviation.
I think technically the bank still owns it until the mortgage is completely paid off, but yes.
Well, and then the county owns it because you're paying taxes.
I don't pay taxes.
I don't understand.
Oh, that's right. You lucky son of a gun.
Oh yeah, I'm lucky. I got blown up twice in one day. I'm lucky.
I'm done with mine.
Thank you for allowing me to have that benefit. Appreciate it.
What's the deal?
You're
like
right.
I don't pay taxes and I didn't get blown up. Is something wrong with that? Am I supposed to be paying those? I thought that was like a Venmo request. Like maybe you accept it.
Look, I mean, you're supposed to pay.
Hey,
that.
4 shirts, I'm paying $47 to have them dry cleaned. So
Look at my man there.
All right, follow me here, boys. You all know your homes. Think of your home. This is your place.
yes.
You have 10 minutes to hide a paperclip in your home. Can't be in the backyard. It's got to be in your house. 10 minutes to hide a paperclip. An expert detective will come and he gets to look for it for 10 hours. If he finds it, you have to pay him $5,000. If he doesn't find it, you win $50,000. Are you doing it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's an easy one. Yes.
Or are you hiding it?
Do you know the little lip where the fridge is, where it's supposed to be like the suction to kind of hold the fridge metal and the other part of the fridge together, right inside that little flap, right inside that little fold?
Is there a possibility of that thing falling out on opening up the door or anything?
No, it'll go inside the fridge. So you extend it, you elongate it, right? Make it stretched all the way out, put it inside the little thing, and it should fall right in there. He'd have to dissect. He'd have to dismantle the refrigerator to get it done.
The animals count, because if I can take that thing unwired and stick it up the schnauzer's ass and just have the schnauzer
No keistering is allowed here.
Oh, no
I didn't think I needed to have that disclaimer, but I will have that disclaimer. No keistering here, in yourself or your pets or others. Okay, Double R, what about you? You gotta. If you guys all said yes so easily, it means you guys have something in mind already for where you're putting this.
Oh, yeah. You don't have a stash spot?
I mean, I live in a 1,000 square foot apartment, dude. The guy could find it in 1 hour if he wanted to.
Hold on. Do you have a go bag by any chance?
Like a bag where I take a shit in?
No. Like an emergency bag, an
emergency,
like a 48-hour or 72-hour bag.
Nah, probably.
That's my life. Yeah, it's right over there.
It's called my credit cards.
Rodney, Rodney's life.
It's Rodney's life. By the way, I'm still in Tulsa.
Wallet. It's Rodney's life. Got it.
I would put it in guys. I'd probably slide it in my toothpaste, my toothpaste, or my one of my squeeze it things. I'd probably slide it in one of those.
Yeah. Before I tell you guys where I would put it, I'm still in Tulsa, and I'm tired of this country ass uptown.
You're tired of that?
I've got a. So we've got a couple of back doors. The little dual opening back doors. There's a little bitty threshold there. It's a tiny threshold on the corner. I would stick it in there.
Is that where you keep the keys, Rodney? Is that where you keep the keys?
No. I actually, so at my house, so now that I'm not in the real estate business anymore, I still have those combination lock boxes. So my house has a combination lockbox on it all the time. So if you guys ever need somewhere to go, hit Ronnie up here and I'll give you the combo. You can come on in.
That's sweet to know.
Good to know.
Yeah. I'm here for you. He'd never find it there. Never find it there.
Okay.
Promise you.
All right. I wish we had a way to actually check that, because I think you guys are wrong here. I think these detectives are better than you think. Wags I have the most faith in, because that's military, man. That's a Marine right there. He'd figure
something. I mean, not you should be more confident in my convict side of my house.
The convict side, yes.
Instead of the military side.
Yeah, well, you're not allowed to shoot the detective when he gets to your place.
No. But I can hide, you stretch that thing out. You know what I'm talking about, right? The flap of the door of the refrigerator, right? The little seal thing, right? Well, you can slit it and then it slides all the way down into the door. He's not going to be able to take the damn door off. Or he might be able to, but he's not in 10 hours.
He's got 10 hours. Yep.
He's got 10 hours to do it, right? We're on a time limit here, guys. All we got to do is stall him. He can find it after 10 hours.
I could go get 3 bean burritos and 6 tacos and take a shit all over a pair of drawers. Kind of stick it in there.
That's the one stipulation of the hypothetical. You can't type it or digest it.
No, he's just.
Oh no! I'll wrap it up in the drawers. Yeah, or maybe stick it in some shit. Yeah. In a turd.
All right. Yeah, y'all confident. Y'all came up with some answers I wasn't ready for. Again, I live in like a 1,000 square foot apartment. My answer is no. There's no way that guy. It would take 2 hours for that guy to.
Do you have a spot though? Do you have do you have a hiding spot
under the front mat?
Don't dodge.
Not really. No, I don't. I mean, I've got
in the planter on the front porch.
Yeah. It's like there's times that I've left a key, like when Mike McCall and them would come, I would leave a key under the front mat and I'd be out there for 10 minutes out there reorganizing the mat and sticking the key in there, sweeping off the porch. Nobody ever knew what I was doing, right?
Whoever did
not
put it in the planter.
You don't have the combo. You don't have. I thought you just said you had. Oh, never mind. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that was on the back, but I had the gate locked. I wanted them to come in the front side. I wanted them. I
still know people that put their key in the planter. Hey, have you ever come? It's right underneath. I mean, really?
My grandma used to leave her house open, just unlocked.
All they
want to collect in here's mothballs and Marlboro Miles. And that's all they're going to get. So,
we slept with the windows open.
I used to do that back in Cedar Valley, back behind the gas station. I'm like, there's nothing in here. That's when I didn't keep any cash around. I'm like, everything's on me. You want it, you got to come, you got to get me. Everything of value is on it. There's nothing else that you want here, believe me.
Tell him you got to go through the big man right here if you want it.
Well, the only thing is if you're willing to pull Tom McKay's 85-incher off the wall, you go ahead. That's going to take a while. By the time you're done doing all that shit, I'll be back home.
Yeah. The 12 gauge ready to go.
Oh,
yep.
yeah.
There it is.
Right there. All right, boys. There's your hypothetical Tuesday question on a
well done.
I liked it.
Well done.
I like it.
And we'll get out of here.
I think we would pass on it. I think all three of us would pass. We got 10 hours. It's a 10-hour time frame that we're going up against.
I'm losing $5,000. That's all.
Oh, we're putting up $5,000. We're gaining so much more though.
Yeah, I'll take that chance. I'll take that chance.
All right. Well, let me find a detective here, and we'll.
Well,
this one we might actually be able to do here. I'm gonna see if I can reach out to a detective.
No, because now he knows my hiding spot.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Well, have you seen all these? Have you seen all these unsolved crimes? All these cold cases?
My wife watches them every night.
I watch them.
Yes. I know them well.
What?
We could figure some of that stuff out.
You have something you'd like to admit here, Double R, or something?
Negative. Why do you think I'm on the road all the time, buddy? Why do you think I have all these different names? Why do you think I shaved my goatee a while back?
Those cedar chips in the back of the car. Keep that in that trunk always.
That is.
It ain't just for staying warm. Cedar's not just for keeping warm, folks. Believe me.
Exactly.
Right.
Why do you think I change colognes all the time?
Nasty. All right, guys.
That Italian shower, man. That Italian shower.
That's what I'm saying.
Guys.
Later, boys. There they go. Here we are. It is another edition of Chaos Theory. Let me make sure the door is shut behind me before I make my wife and kid mad. Welcome in.
Do that.
To Rodney _ Rodney Rodriguez. I'm on InstaFace at the Wagner Wire. Smash that subscribe button if you have not done so already. And then hit us up on that coded text line 512-222-9328. 512-222-9328. Get those crowns, like we said. Smash that subscribe button. Partner in crime. Let's do some time. Where you want to go?
Let's talk some stuff, man. How about some football? How about some Pittsburgh Steelers? Down go the Steelers.
Probably one of the worst games I've ever seen. Right, we were treated with a dandy for the entire slate of the weekend, and then we get here and it's just it's a shit sandwich, man. Basically a stalemate kind of until you got into the fourth quarter, and then by default of shit play, right? Aaron Rodgers gets a strip sack, and then the Texans run it in for a touchdown, and then kind of, the floodgates were opened after that. Just even with DK, what DK Metcalf had? One fucking target, I think. One target.
Yeah.
Right. And the target he dropped. It was a dropped ball. So it was hard to watch. Double R, like, sure, any one of us could have turned it off, but I kind of wanted to watch. This is probably going to be Aaron Rodgers' last game, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to watch how Aaron Rodgers was going to go out, kind of. If he was going to die on a shield or if he was going to kind of lay it up. And I don't know if I'm pinning all on this on Aaron Rodgers or the scheming or play call. Maybe it's just personnel, right? Maybe they can't stretch the field vertically and they have to do everything underneath with bubble screens and slip screens. Using Gainwell, like Gainwell's been released from so many other teams, and I don't know how he's going to be, the diamond in the rough that's going to get your team out of purgatory, for all, all less intents of purposes or whatever. But I just think, Pittsburgh they have to move on. They have to make a move. I don't know if Tomlin's the key. I think it's Arthur Smith. I think Arthur Smith just brings in the lethargic offense, and I thought they were kind of dead in the water with the personnel that they had. And then, of course, the one dude that I can't say consistently because the drops were there too with George Pickens, right? And the yardage production wasn't there. Hell, he equaled his total yardage production. The amount of years that he was with Pittsburgh, he got it all back in and more with Dallas. So I want to say that everything was consistently there with Pickens, but they kind of, everything was still sputtering when they had him too. Maybe Pittsburgh just is bad with offense right now, and they have been for the past 5 years, Rodney.
Yeah, it seemed like last night.
This year their defense wasn't that great either. So
Yeah. Last night was just kind of a in a nutshell, the problem with Pittsburgh to where they've been just good enough to where they can't go and they can't develop. Get those draft picks and develop, a full team. I mean, that's a problem. I mean, it's been plug and play at quarterback, and for Aaron Rodgers, I've been showing him a little bit of affection here the last couple of weeks. That was the other thing.
15, he was a top 15 quarterback this year. Not that I don't know how much that's saying, but.
Well, and it was last night because I was curious about that too, because I thought that the Texans defense would wear them out, which they did. And that really was an ugly game. And that's where, if you look at the Texans, that's the problem that they're going to run into, to where you're so reliant on the defense. And CJ Stroud at times, that offense just looks so inept. I mean, you're not going to get by New England. You're not going to get by Denver. You're not going to get by these teams playing that style of game. The defense eventually is going to wear out. But for Pittsburgh, that's the problem. They have been in that middle of the road thing to where they just, it's impossible to bottom out because they're just good enough. They're just good enough. And something has to change.
All right. You just said if you're Pittsburgh, something has to change. What has to change?
I really think that you have to go in, and a lot of this blame is going to fall on Mike Tomlin, which it should. He's the commander in chief right there. He hadn't won 7 straight playoff losses for him, but he's won a Super Bowl.
And you don't think he can defer to Arthur Smith? No touchdown. I mean, 6 points. Double R, 6 points. In the out there, and then ultimately, like, what did they do the last month of this? Hell, not even the last month. Look at the entire season, man. Their offense was not there.
Yeah, but it actually goes. I kind of stem this all the way back to once Big Ben left. It was kind of one of those things to where you never fill that hole with your quarterback. You never went, and you were never able to get, somebody that was going to come in and lead this team for the next 10 years. Is Will Howard that guy? I don't know. I think at this point you have to give him a chance, because again, you're not you're drafting in the middle of the draft again. So if it's a matter of doing that or go out and I think you have to stem your hopes on maybe finding the next Sam Darnold, the next Daniel Jones. And that's a sad part about it, to where these guys were there at one point. They could have been in the Daniel Jones discussion, but again, you didn't know that Daniel Jones was going to do what he did for Indianapolis. And I mean, I don't think you run it back with Aaron Rodgers. And I'm not sure that Aaron Rodgers wants to run it back again.
You think Aaron Rodgers is coming back?
Aaron
Rodgers is done, buddy. That's ultimately why I was watching the last game, all right, or basically the last drive of Aaron Rodgers' career, or it's what it seemed that it was. Look, in kind of an embodiment of what he did all season long, right? Just there's with Aaron Rodgers, it comes down to trust. Through it one time to DK Metcalf had the drop, never went back to him again. Gainwell was the only thing that he was able to slip getting screens to. Sometimes Jonnu Smith wasn't available either. So there was things that Aaron Rodgers usually likes to fall on that he just couldn't rely on, or he couldn't get to last night. And once that confidence is broken with Aaron Rodgers, he rarely ever comes back. Shell of himself, right? We talked about 5 years removed from an MVP level play. And they kind of tried to put that mantle up there with all the graphics last night, basically telling you that this was the end of the ride.
Yeah, they're like,
or
bye,
hinting it out that this is probably Aaron Rodgers' last ride, right? If he comes back, I don't know. It's not on him to fix that team, right? And I don't think he's going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler, right, to be completely honest with you, if he does come back. I'm pretty sure that Aaron Rodgers is done, and ultimately it's going to suck, because that was the last visions of his career, going out like that with Pittsburgh. And it wasn't – that's why I said, like, I made the reference of going out on your shield, right? That was brutal to watch. That was bad to watch. It was almost like – nails on the damn chalkboard, my guy.
Well, that's how Brady went out. Remember?
Brady went out on pick 6, and that's no, I'm sorry. Brady went out in New England on a pick 6. That's why I thought Brady would return. I didn't think he'd like his last memories at Foxborough to be on a pick 6. But some people, enough is enough, and they know when to call it. And for Aaron Rodgers' sake, even though he was a top 15 quarterback, I think enough is enough, man. Unless you find the perfect situation, which there isn't one, right? And I don't know, is Miami a perfect situation? Yeah, I thought about that a couple of teams last night where Aaron Rodgers could go and kind of extend his career. Maybe Miami, right? But they need they're in a quarterback dilemma.
They need to be in long-term mode. That's where a lot of these teams.
100%. But if you're looking for a short-term fix, if you have a roster like Miami that has maybe a short-term fix to where you can get a quarterback in there and maybe contend and get to the playoffs, why not a 1-year rental, right? I'm not saying that Aaron Rodgers is the piece, but you can look for a 1-year rental like that. Maybe he can help you, bridge until you absolutely find your quarterback. I think there's more problems than just a quarterback for Miami there. Maybe Denver in a situation where Bo Nix gets banged up and hurt, but Aaron Rodgers isn't going to want to wait and sit on the damn.
Here's what I think happens with Aaron Rodgers. I think that he is not going to be the quarterback of the Steelers. He's not going to be a starting quarterback. I think that we have set a new model has been set by what Phil Rivers did this year. I think that Aaron Rodgers kind of sits back. You get a team that they get into week 10, they get into week 12, and you get a starter that goes down. You can bring in an Aaron Rodgers that is going to have had all that time off. He keeps himself in reasonably good shape. The dude can still, sling it around. And
Aaron Rodgers is going to be taking trips of ayahuasca when he gets out of the NFL.
I think Aaron Rodgers is not a starter, but I think in next year when we get to past the middle point of the season, Aaron Rodgers is somewhere trying to get a team into the playoffs to make a run. I think that he can be that guy that you bring in halfway through, 3/4 of the way season through. You bring him in some sort of system that he's, acclimated to run.
You see Aaron Rodgers being a backup quarterback?
No, I don't think that he's going to be a backup quarterback. I think he's one of those guys that gets a phone call from a friend, from someone that he trusts, like Phillip Rivers, that ties there to the Irsay family, that they bring him in because 1, 2, 3, whatever has gone down, and he comes in and does what Rivers did, except I think with more success than Phillip Rivers did, because this dude is fresh and ready.
That's one hell of a story, but it ain't that. I think
that's your chaos theory for the day from Uncle Rodney.
I think you're fucking crazy.
Hey, look. Hey, let me tell you, Wags. If Dak Prescott goes down in week 12,
Rivers model,
the Phillip Rivers model.
That was a knee-jerk emergency reaction. There's no Phil Rivers model.
The Phil Rivers. If Dak Prescott goes down in week 12 or 13, and they make a phone call to Aaron Rodgers, I'm feeling pretty good.
What did you smoke this morning, and can I have some?
I trust him more than I trust my backup quarterback. So, I mean, in Minnesota. Did you notice? Did you listen to him in the post race?
No, I didn't. I didn't listen to Aaron. I watched the game. I watched how it was going to fizzle out, and then I sat there and looked for scenarios to where Aaron Rodgers could maybe extend his career, and I just don't think that's going to happen. I think Aaron. There's not a team. Maybe Miami. That's why I said maybe you get yourself in a Phil Rivers model. And he's got to go to the Colts or something like that. Aaron Rodgers is done. That's why I think it's we saw our last minutes and last ball of Aaron Rodgers last night, and it kind of.
I'm glad you say Colts, because imagine if Aaron Rodgers would have popped himself in to where Phil Rivers came.
Way better situation, way better line, way better play calling,
and that's what I'm saying. Where if it's a really good situation, and like what Jason is saying here about underestimating the ego of Aaron Rodgers, this is exactly what I'm saying, where this filters to the ego of Aaron Rodgers, to where it's like, hey, could you come back? Could you come in here and guide this ship? This is Aaron Rodgers all over. Man, it's got it written all over him.
If you're an NFL organization and you take a year or a rental on Aaron Rodgers, are you not doing yourself a disservice at this point?
I don't think so. Again,
I was saying shit tongue in cheek just to kind of edge you along here, man, until you reach to the finish line, to the climax here for you, my guy.
Hey, come on, dude! You only need 30 seconds for that.
I can't get behind the notion of Aaron Rodgers coming back. I just can't. After what we saw last night, I think it's done. Absolutely.
Let's think about this scenario. So let's say that Cincinnati goes in that division. Cincinnati goes in next year, and the same thing happens. Burrow goes down. Let's assume Burrow's going to be there. Burrow goes down in week 12, 13, whatever. Aaron Rodgers is not on the team. He hasn't retired. He's available. Well, hell, Phillip Rivers had retired. You make a phone call to Aaron Rodgers and bring that dude in. Hell, since Cincinnati's in a good spot right there. That is something that would work for Aaron Rodgers to his skill set right now. You don't need him to get outside the pocket and do different shit.
Cincinnati
turn around and hand the ball off.
Since Joe Burrow's running for his life already, Cincinnati doesn't have a line. Aaron Rodgers would be tore up in 2 games, maybe 3 games.
Oh, Phillip Rivers survived against Seattle, San Francisco, San Francisco.
You just said Joe Burrow. Phillip Rivers was on the Colts.
No,
Joe Burrow.
No. I know, but I'm saying with I mean the Colts aren't very steadfast.
The Colts offensive line is significantly better than the Cincinnati Bengals offensive line.
Yeah,
significantly.
That's still my theory. That's my chaos theory. I'm sticking to it. But again, I don't know. We'll imagine if he does
Mama's
retire.
Wrong again. That's what I'm saying for chaos.
Imagine that press conference when Aaron. But what I was talking about last night with his post game. Shit, sorry, I'm in race mode over here. This guy has got so complimentary of the Green Bay Packers. So maybe he is going to walk away because he was talking about Matt LaFleur, who could fire Matt LaFleur, who could fire Mike T, who could do all this, talking about playing all these great years for 2 great organizations, Green Bay and Pittsburgh. It's only been 1 year for Pittsburgh. So maybe he is going to walk away because he didn't leave Green Bay in the best situation. So maybe he is just going to go do his own thing or whatever his thing would be. I don't know, man, but if he walks away now, I hope he does walk away now because right now I have a lot of respect for him because he did a hell of a job this year, I think.
Yeah, I can't believe that he's winning you over.
I know.
The whole Aaron Rodgers debacle for Double R. Where do you want to go next, partner? Yeah, I mean, basically a shitty ass game, 30-6.
Yeah.
Texans beat the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers is last hurrah. He's probably done. Is Tomlin fired? No, he got an extension after they got to the playoffs. So, basically, my take from it, Arthur Smith has to go. Arthur Smith is a detriment to any NFL offense, to any NFL franchise out there when he brings his lethargic offense in. So
yeah, the only thing that I'll say closing on this thing, and I posted this last night that I would talk about this today very shortly, is I'm not a Texans fan. I'm not a Texans hater. I was, however, a huge Houston Oilers fan. You know, back in the day, I always wanted Dallas and Houston to play each other in the Super Bowl. They got close a couple of times. The late 70s was one of those times. Mike Renfro got robbed of a catch at Three River Stadium. And Bum Phillips said we're going to kick the door in next year, that they weren't able to do. Houston could never get past Pittsburgh. They finally did it last night. My man Bum Phillips, they kicked that sumbitch in for you finally. Wrong franchise, but finally done. So retribution for Houston sports fans. So good for you.
Retribution. Okay.
Retribution. You see Warren Roberson to the portal. You going to miss that guy? I kind of had high hopes for him after the bowl game.
Oh yeah, no, no. I think the people that we were going to lose in the transfer. I did see that Kobe Black is coming back. Is that correct? Is Sarkisian welcoming players with open arms back into the locker room after they put their name into the portal? Because from what I saw,
it's not what he said, right?
Yeah, from what I saw, Sarkisian said if your name goes in the portal, that he's not playing that game, you're not coming back. It's done. Once the name's in there, the ink's on the paper, basically. So if Kobe Black comes back, that gives me a little bit of reprieve. I can breathe a little bit easier there with the secondary because it looked like with the windows closing here shortly. When the hell were we going to get our secondary, kind of shored up and under wraps? But look, I keep leaning back on this. I'm instilling my faith in the staff of the coaches for Texas football. Right? If players are leaving, okay, I have to put my faith that good or better players are coming in to push these players out. Players just don't have knee-jerk reactions because of a 3-loss team. Like that's you can build off of a 3-loss team. Like that's to have the mass exodus like we did only makes me deduce that there are other people coming in here or other players that are better of better caliber coming in here to force those players out because their time will be decreased or reduced.
That seems to be the proven fact so far, because I think we all went into panic mode, or a lot of people went into panic mode when people started leaving. And you look at at what's come in, and it's been significantly an upgrade, it seems like, for the most part. So I think that is the thing. But yeah, when Black came back, that was my first thought, where it's like, okay, so now we're going to welcome him back. But I mean, I think, again, that's to the business model that you have to do right now. And again, I think a lot of what we're running into now is a lot of this is agents feeling stuff out, going out there, testing the market, because this really is a free market, to be honest with you, Wags. And, you know, Roberson, I thought that this dude, I mean, he does get penalized a lot. But after watching him in the bowl game, I thought, okay, this could fit into Coach Boom's system pretty good. And this could be a guy that could be an impact player. But if he's going to move on, I'm going to put faith in that whoever they're going to bring in to replace him is going to be significantly better and an upgrade there. So we wish him the best if that's truly what's happening there.
Yeah, and what 29 games. So how many? I mean, that's significant playing. That's some good playing time there. So yeah, that sucks to see anybody that has that much time in, you know, or held that much burnt orange blood already on the field kind of leave. But yeah, it sucks. But look, I'm going back on it. I'm leaning on it. There's better players coming in. That's some staying faithful that way.
Yeah, absolutely. That seems to be the trend, my man. So just wanted to throw that in, just to kind of, because I knew that you were going to bring up about because I did. That was the first thing I thought, is like, I thought if you were out the door, you weren't welcome back. But apparently so. The thoughts have changed.
Looking for other things. All right, where else you want to go, partner?
So I do kind of want to piggyback to the NFL, if that's all right with you. So now we go to the divisional round. I think coming off of the wild card round, and again, we got a dud last night. That really was kind of a stinker. But these matchups now next weekend, these are going to be really good. This is going to be 2 days of badass NFL football, I think.
Are we going to talk about this for 2 days? You don't want to?
No. Just pointing that out. So I think that'll be exceptional. Looking forward to that as well.
Right on, man. Let's get into some sponsors real quick then before we come back into it.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, Texas Sports Unfiltered. You guys know the drill, man. We would be remiss if we didn't tell you about our friends from Ryan Hurricane Hecht, the Hecht Law Firm. You guys know him. He's the personal go-to injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. So when that storm hits, you got to give him a call. 512-938-8929 is the number. Email him at hechtlawfirm.com. And make sure you tell him that the crew from TSU sent you. All you got to do is know that he's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now, and you don't pay unless you win. No green or no fees unless the green is in your pocket. He's aggressive in the courtroom, and he's compassionate with his clients. He knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families, and you when you call him today. That number again, 512-938-8929, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's hechtlawfirm.com, HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell them the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, man, you got one place to check out. Check them out online. It's covertbcave.com. Then make that beautiful drive out there and check out 42 acres of amazing new and pre-owned vehicles. Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out online at covertbcave.com. Audio-visual consultations when I'm on the road and I'm doing the hotel life, as I'm doing here this week in Tulsa, Oklahoma. This country, anyway, I do miss my AV consultation system. Absolutely do. I've got one TV in here. I'm relying on computers and iPads to fill my 3-screen need that I got from AV Consultations. And you can do that as well in this brand new year of 2026. avconsultations.com, 255-8678, the Sonos surround system, the big screen TVs, projection screens, all of that. You can get it from AV.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
Old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
avconsultations.com, 255-8678. McCall Custom Homes. Looking for that, looking for a new home in 2026. Looking for a existing home renovation. There's one phone call to make. There's one text to send. 512-633-9580. That is my man, Mike McCall. Get that call, get that text in there, and get that free estimate on your project, whatever you're looking to do right there. You got an area of the home that you want to renovate and make it a little more modern, like I talk about all the time. In my home, built in the late 80s, there's especially the primary bathroom that McCall Custom Homes came in and put that beautiful touch on. That sucker right now looks like it's fresh out of 2025 because that's when they did it, and you can have that as well. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects right there. Get that call, get that text, get that free estimate in. Share your ideas. Tell them what you're thinking. And then once you get that project moving, those trades are going to come in and they're going to add their own little flair to stuff. I'm telling you, it's really cool as this starts going on because you're going to get, hey, what do you think about this? It's really cool. Like I said, in our bathroom, things were added there that we had no idea about, and those folks did that for us. 40 years, family-owned and operated. It's a father-son team doing it for Central Texans, just like me, just like Bucky Godbolt, and just like a bunch of you. It is McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. Reaching for the bell. I don't have it, Wags. Don't have the bell.
Get them all out?
Got them all out, brother.
Got them all out. James Harden got them all out last night, passing Shaquille O'Neal as 9th overall in scoring on the NBA scoring list. Where are you at with James Harden, my dude?
James Harden, honestly, to me, is kind of one of those dudes where, like, we're having these conversations about Mike Tomlin and all the different, playoff, where it's like, I made Dak Prescott, where it's like these regular season, it's like the fizzle kind of goes away. It's like in those pressure situations and those big time things.
I think Harden's like, I think his points are still up there, my dude. I think he's like 20 some. Hold on, let me look this up before I speak.
Yeah, no, I stats wise,
Harden's scoring 25 a game.
Yeah,
like
to me,
Harden averages 25 a game, man.
He's a guy where you look at stats and it's like, all right. But you get into, it just seems like in the more recent history of James Harden, to where you get to where, okay, you need this dude. You need him at this point. It's time to advance.
Harden is producing this year. Like, he's not fizzling. He's not fading out. He's 25, almost 5 rebounds a game, almost 5 rebounds a night, and producing 8 assists. So
I'll ask you. I'll kind of flip that on you and say, so when you get into, let's say you get into the playoffs, you get into, to advance to a conference final, is that a dude that you want to rely that shot on?
Good question. I'm not salvaging my roster or imploding my roster to get James Harden on there. But if the price, and I know that's kind of a cop-out straddle, right? But if the price is right, I am bringing James Harden in. Do I give some pieces? I'll give some future pieces. I'll give a draft pick. But I'm not going to give like maybe a rookie prospect or a lottery pick that I got 2 years ago, and hopefully that it blossoms. I'm not doing that. I might give a key contributor and some draft picks, but I think even with the season that Harden's having, and Harden had it's not like he's gone to the depths of NBA shit and then just finally revitalized his scoring prowess, right? No, he's he's been able to be, this his entire career, man. Like, this is the type of I guess scoring output that you're going to get from James Harden, or guard play that you're going to get from James Harden. Do I think he's selfish at times, and is he
well, that's
is he a curse? Not so much a curse, but a distraction in the locker room or off the court? Sure, 100%, absolutely. But when you want, if you're looking for what I phrase the question, would I welcome him on the Wizards? Yes, absolutely. Which brings me to my next thing, right? James Harden passing Shaquille O'Neal for 9th overall in scoring in the NBA. But also, those of you guys weren't paying attention, the Wizards made a splash, all right? The Wizards absolutely got one hell of a tandem between the two Treys in DC right now. So, from the depths and hells of the NBA basement in the cellar, the Washington Wizards will be climbing from 10 games. From 10 games, From 10 games, the Wizards will reach 25 instantly with Trae Young coming over there, my guy.
Hey, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, and that's where, again, when we talk about playoff systems and everything, I mean, if the Wizards can get themselves into a position
they wouldn't,
to be
Jake.
close,
I was just looking for a segue, you dumbass.
Well, and that's the other thing to where I think we're back to James Harden. I think where James Harden is right now, this team fits him really well for what he does. Amazing regular season. So yeah, go out there, score a lot of points, and have great stats. But what is that going to do for? He's always been to me. He has just always been to me the guy where it's like, I'm not going to hang my nuts out on this dude.
Back to
when
this
it counts.
comment, Double R. It is the Wizards. The Wizards would do it because it is the Wizards. They do put themselves in the worst contract situations of all time. But no, NBA landscape shaping up a little bit there. Just kind of wanted to kind of pinpoint and throw some ways and get some ways over to the Wizards so we can talk a little bit about Trae Young. Here's the thing. Did you see the remarks on what Trae said about leaving Atlanta? Because we were talking about purgatory, right? We talked about, Pittsburgh for the longest time, just being not being able to get over the hump, or kind of just flirting with gateway for the playoffs, and then just being
not bad enough.
Yeah, exactly. Just being content with that and not having it bad enough to where they need to make a decision, an ultimate decision to kind of shake things up, right? Well, Trae Young kind of said the same type of shit about the Atlanta Hawks, right? And I'm paraphrasing Trae Young here. He said, I guess I'd rather go somewhere where the unknown is and we can make something happen than consistently just stay in something to where I know nothing's going to happen. And again, that's not his exact words. I'm kind of just, shaping it up and paraphrasing what he said there. But I kind of go with that. Like, sometimes the unknown, well, not sometimes, the unknown does scare me. All right. Like, I hate going into some place. I hate not being prepared for something. I hate not going into a situation where I'm not on top of something, or I don't have,
right.
I don't have any type of information, right? No information doesn't terrify me, but it's just a situation that I don't want to be in. Okay. But there's also excitement to that, right? There's, but here, and so here's my counter to the Trae. It's not so much no information. You're going to the Washington Wizards. What have the Wizards done in the past 5 years? All right. What have the Wizards done since their last appearance in the NBA playoffs, where they were getting, routed by the Celtics and routed by Philadelphia? Nothing.
Yeah.
I mean,
nothing.
Absolutely.
I'm being nice.
They haven't even been in rebuild mode. It's been in, what the hell are we doing? Like, seriously, people, I'm wondering if people in the front office have been asking, do we have a plan? Is there something in place? Because when they start, or maybe you could say they are rebuilding, but the pieces that they're hitting on, or the pieces that they're choosing, just aren't hitting, and they're missing on their draft picks. But you bring Trae Young in here, maybe you can start to rekindle somewhat of a backcourt that you had with Bradley Beal and John Wall. I don't really think that. I don't think Trae Young's, well, I shouldn't really say that. I don't think John Wall is the player that Trae Young is, because Trae Young's got some ball, man. Trae Young can play.
Well,
we'll see how the tale of the two Trays do in DC here, my dude.
And I really think
with SARS too, there's some pieces. There's some pieces for the Wizards, but I was saying it tongue in cheek. They're 10 wins right now, right in the league. No playoff team this year. They're not going to pull a San Antonio to where they get a couple of pieces all of a sudden and just fire right back up to the top of the NBA. It's not happening, man. But sure, if we're playing Fantasyland on this hypothetical Tuesday, let me be hypothetical. What's
Spurs
up, Sal?
Thunder.
See you, buddy.
Spurs Thunder tonight. Spurs Thunder. I will be here watching this in the palatial confines of the Courtyard, Tulsa downtown. But to your
fault. Wizards have been rebuilding for 20 years. And so I know nothing's your fault, bud. Nothing's your fault.
I think kind of what you were talking about right there. I do, and this kind of, we can correlate this back to the Mike Tomlin thing, to where I think after a while things get stale and everybody needs a new start. And I think for Trey here, making that move, whether it's to a contender or not, and you think about the mind of a professional athlete, to where you can go somewhere and make an immediate impact and change, be the one that starts the change somewhere to a franchise that has struggled. That's talking about egos and shit. That's pretty powerful.
I know what you mean, like the saving grace. I know what you mean.
Right. You can kind of be that first domino.
You could be that missing link, right?
Yeah. And this is where I go to the Tomlin thing, to where so many folks are saying Mike Tomlin, and I do. I think they probably all that he needs a reset, the organization needs a reset, and people saying Tomlin would get a job tomorrow. I think Tomlin should be a little choosier about where he goes if he chooses to do that. But in this case right here, fresh starts are good. Fresh starts are good.
20. If
Tomlin, in the words of Jim Dela Cruz,
if Tomlin got fired, you think Tomlin would be right back on the job scene? You don't think this has been
I would hope he'd wait.
Tomlin's been there since 2007, right? 19 years or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Right. Like, you don't think Tomlin would kind of take a break and kind of what is Tomlin? He's got a Super Bowl.
I hope he would wait. That's where, but that's the counterpoint to that, to where how many coaches have we seen
Tomlin
that
would be done? Actually, why would
I don't
say that, but why would he be? There was so much more left in the tank for Tomlin.
Wags, he's young.
I know
he's been around forever.
That's the thing. He's been around for so fucking long.
He was a kid, and then he goes into work for that organization that doesn't fire coaches. And he comes into a situation and he follows a great coach, and he built that, and then they just ran out of steam, and that's the problem there, to where they don't bottom out. He hasn't had the chance to bottom out, and I would hope that he would take some time off. I think it would be great for his well-being to take a little bit of time, especially the way that this would end, if this is the end here.
Some people take time off because they can't get a job. Tomlin would take time off because it's his own doing, right? Or you'd think. Yeah, I talked to Pittsburgh Steelers fans though, and they are so ready. They're adamant to get him the hell out of there. And I don't think Tomlin is the problem. I
don't think so
either. I'm adamant that it's Arthur Smith. You guys know that.
Well, and that's where it's so it's just because you can't blame the organization, because they're not like Dallas, they're not like the Giants, they're not like the Jets, they're not like the Raiders, where you can say, "Oh my God, Cleveland."
I would say the Rooneys and the Mars are pretty similar.
I think both of those organizations, while they are very stable and similar, like you say, they need to kind of get a little more modern. You know what I mean? Where it's like
that is. I agree with that wholeheartedly. They need to kind of modernize the way that they do business. So,
yeah. And like Mike Tomlin, I was talking to a guy a couple of weeks ago, and he's like, "Yeah, Tomlin, take a year off and go to TV." I'm like, Mike Tomlin ain't no TV guy.
He don't bullshit. That's the thing. He's too raw for TV. Tomlin don't bullshit. Tomlin he would have to show like this. Tomlin could do a show like this.
Right. Tomlin would be a great podcaster.
Tomlin don't hide feelings. Tomlin don't hide back feelings. So
yeah. But to your point there about with Trey, with that move, I think that's a great move for him, and I think that Atlanta is kind of in that. The Atlanta Hawks, that franchise is in that very stale, they've hit the ceiling.
Have you been following hoops this year? I mean, I know you're watching San Antonio, but if you want, like, you don't have like league pass or anything like that. Like, I get
no.
So I asked that because I just went out, and because of this move, my dumb ass went out and bought league pass. right? Now I should have got it.
Are you that optimistic, my man?
No, but I mean, I want to watch. I want to have something to hang my hat on. I want to watch something, right?
Yeah.
But I should have done it, and I should have waited, right? Because I'm sure, like right around All-Star break, they're gonna give you the package deal,
the half-year price.
Not even half year. It's like $30. They let you have it for like $30, and it's right around the corner. But I just, because of this damn trade, I got suckered, and you know, I upped it. It wasn't that bad. I think it was only like 60. If I got to go back and look at it, but yeah, it wasn't bad. But yeah, I'm gonna be watching a lot of the Wizards now, my dude, and of course with the money driver football kind of coming to an end here.
But you see, that's another win about like with the Wizards making this move. And I got to tell you, when I saw the Wizards make this move, I was like, damn, that's pretty aggressive. But I guess he wanted to go there, right? He wanted to be a Washington Wizard for whatever reason.
That's his destiny. Yeah, that was his preferred destination of the choices that he had to select, though. Wanted to be in Washington. I welcome you. You want to come to Washington? Not many people want to do that. I've been trying to get Kevin Durant to want to come home because the dude is from the DC area, man. Could you imagine Tomlin? Producer Hunter comes in with, could you imagine Tomlin as a local meteorologist? Yeah, we got a big damn rock coming to the States right now. It's gonna hit down here and hopefully takes out the Ravens. That's Tom.
Yeah, he's like, you son of a bitches in Baltimore, you better be ready because you got a front coming in with northerly winds,
and it's cold, bigger than our ass. Bigger than our ass is coming in at you.
Yeah, it's finna blow you and Lamar Jackson off the map. Yeah. Look, Mike Tomlin was always the one that I would always joke around with. I'd be afraid to play for that guy. I mean, I don't know what he's like in person, but just the look on his face, that dude scares me. Still now, when they say that he's old.
Tomlin he's probably one of those dudes that sitting at the end of the bar, probably one of the greatest conversations of ball right there. Probably one of those dudes where he's just telling a story and you pick up the phone and be like, honey, I'm not coming home tonight.
Yeah.
I'm on the bar stool, you know, hearing some old stories about football, and she's probably thinking that you're bullshitting. And you know, here you take a picture and you give her the business. That's it. Yeah, dude. CB chimes in. Producer CB, Trey Johnson can clown Trey Young because Young never beat Texas while at OU. That's true. That is true. I thought he got him 1 year though, but maybe I'm or shit. I think he was only there 1 year. So
yeah. Again, right. Lifetime Longhorn.
Right.
Yeah. Another one of those.
Yeah, man. No, it's fun. Those, you know, that I don't know if they'll have that OU or Texas rivalry. I'm sure they will, man. But those two tandem at Washington is going to be fun to watch, and that's ultimately why I bought the league pass, man. Do I think we're going to win, 40 games? No, but I think more winning is going to come to Washington, though. So yeah, it'll be fun. Hopefully, you guys, and I guess that's a shout out to. We're going to be pivoting and getting more into hoops and more into hockey. So make sure you guys, tune in. And if you have your hockey questions and your NBA questions, get them loaded and fired up because we will be ready to answer them.
Yeah. We're right there at that road where everything transitions over.
But I mean, it sucks when football ends, but ultimately, it allows the other sports to breathe. And I'm not sure. I'm hoping that you'll, get more hot and heated down with hockey so you can melt the ice with me, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the thing, because when football's over, I mean, it is, because it is. It's basketball, it's hockey. Hell, NASCAR gets going in February with the 500, so you'll have all that going on. And it does. It kind of gives the other sports a little bit of a chance there, and then we get baseball. So you'll have, spring training. You'll have all of that's going to go on. I think that we're going to have a great baseball season this year. I think the baseball is going to be tremendous. Don't win again, Dodgers. But I'm looking forward to this MLB season. I think it's going to be pretty special.
Can we do a little hypothetical before Jay Guns comes on? I'm going to stick on for Jay Guns. It's Tuesday, so I usually stay on for Jordan.
Absolutely.
We've talked about the quarterback, or not the quarterback, but the coach's carousel, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen rumors to have Harbaugh get brought in for the Atlanta Falcons. I've seen mentions of are there is Miami inbound for Harbaugh too? What's the best case scenario for Harbaugh? And remember, we've said Harbaugh can basically make his pick on where he wants to land, right?
Yeah.
What's the best case scenario for John Harbaugh right now? Because we're talking Tomlin. Like if Pittsburgh, cans Tomlin, would Harbaugh be out of his damn mind to want to go to Pittsburgh and don the black and gold?
I thought it, man. I'm like, to talk about the ultimate. I don't know how
it initially jumped into my mind, but I mean, would is that even a thing? Like it jumped in my mind for 2 seconds, and I'm like, there's no damn way that he would put black and gold on, and there's no damn way that he would be welcomed and received in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
I don't think.
Well, I bet they hire that dude, and I bet people would be happy. It's funny how bygones are bygones, like BK says. But I thought about that last night, but I truly think that Atlanta is the place for him to go because that thing is so ready built. Yeah, man. Now here's where it gets interesting. So if you're John Harbaugh, do you want to work for Matt Ryan? Because that's the director of football operations. How much of that when Matt Ryan I had heard that Matt Ryan would go into the front office of the Atlanta Falcons. I thought that he might be like a GM or something, but he's like, dude is the dude. He is the dude. So if you're John Harbaugh working for Matt Ryan, that's a good combination right there. Because Matt Ryan knows his shit.
No, for sure. But I would ultimately think that John Harbaugh would want to bring his people in. And if Matt Ryan is cool with, whatever staff members that John wants to bring in, here's the thing that I thought would work well for John Harbaugh in Atlanta, right? What did Harbaugh had a completely different offense in plan of attack before Lamar Jackson got there, right? Yeah. He acquiesces to the personnel that he has. He doesn't try to change the personnel to his system. He changes his system. He's that's coming up from special teams. He's got that kind of in his mantra, right? He's able to kind of adjust and work on the fly, but he gets coordinated. He knows that he is the CEO. He understands his duty. He understands his job, right? He's not calling the offense or the defense. He's putting people in place to get them in the best position to call the offense and the defense, right? How do you do that? You adjust to your roster, right? You don't try to adjust your roster to your system. And I think for that, going into Atlanta, I think that's the perfect situation because that's a coach that will find the best scenario for that roster and not try to continue to force that roster into a bad spot or into a bad scheme. I feel like all we do is pick on Arthur Smith, but it wasn't just Arthur Smith. He was
the problem there too.
Ran to the damn dumps this year too. So maybe you come in there and you find a way to kind of get the optimal firing power with this, Atlanta Falcons, team, and you finally free Bijan. Maybe.
Yeah, and that's where you look at the Falcons.
I think the Falcons is a better opportunity than Miami, for sure.
It's the better made. It's the more ready made, I think, to where Miami. Well, both places got to figure out a quarterback. But I think in Atlanta,
look at the opposition in the South though, compared to the AFC. Yeah. Like you got to contend with the Bills and now the Patriots that have resurged, right?
They could have Atlanta could have damn near won the South this year. Yeah,
right. If you're Harbaugh, why would you want to go to Miami and take? Besides the weather, why would you want to go to Miami unless you want that challenge? But I would ultimately think with the pieces in place at Atlanta and the Bucks struggling, New Orleans in struggle mode, but rebuild mode essentially, right? You have a chance to kind of dominate the NFC South. If you're John Harbaugh, Atlanta seems appealing right now, does it not?
I think that's a great landing spot for him because you can take control of that division and be, for at least a couple of years. Figure out the quarterback thing. I mean, I think Michael Penix, I think they're going to figure out that I mean, he's hurt again. And this, maybe this is it for him. Maybe he becomes that journeyman backup at some point because
the answer's not Kirk Cousins,
and the answer's not Kirk Cousins. And Atlanta, the one thing
he reduced his
they restructured it.
payload, right? He restructured his contract so that he could maybe stay there a little longer, so they could have guaranteed money coming in. So maybe that's the deal. Maybe they shop Penix, keep Cousins as a backup there, and they look for another quarterback in the draft this year. I don't think they're going to find the quarterback for a couple of years, but
yeah. Well, and the thing is with Cousins, I mean, now that you have him, and I think in the restructure, the other part of it is that you actually make him a little bit more dealable, to where it's like that was the whole problem before, to where it's like if you're going to try to deal this guy, who wants to take on that kind of debt?
Well, who's going to take on Cousins with the bumps and bruises that he has now, or just you know how prone to injury he is, right? It almost seems like he's going, well, shit, you say that too. Penix is banged up. Atlanta's in a bad situation. So if John does arrive at Atlanta, he's got to figure that quarterback situation out pretty immediately. But everything else seems to be like they have all the pieces in place. Yeah. You just got to find the right quarterback to play with the toys.
Yeah, I could see Cousins like Indianapolis, something where they're trying to bridge a gap to where they have no option. I mean, they really have no option at quarterback. And I've thought about this to where, like with the whole Fernando Mendoza thing, to where it's like, if you're Indianapolis, do you trade the farm to go get Fernando Mendoza and try to get that number 1 pick, which I don't think the Raiders would give it up anyway, and keep that dude in Indianapolis and make him a part of your community and grow with this guy and do all of these different things. I mean, I keep
saying that there's not a quarterback that can be a difference maker, right? And maybe I should walk that back, because after I saw, what Mendoza did to Oregon, and it's not, and look, like Oregon might not have like the greatest defense, but Oregon's got a top 10 defense. Okay, it's just maybe Mendoza is that much of a student of the game, or he's just that much on top, or that much, head and shoulders better than everybody else. But I don't have that much stock or that much faith that a quarterback can come in there and just absolutely, in 1 year, a rookie quarterback can just come in there and change. But, Atlanta is geared up, and Atlanta is kind of built right now for, any type of success. I would just think the game would maybe be a little bit too quicker, but there would be an adjustment period, right? Not, he is a pretty smart dude, right? He's already graduated, I think he's got it. I think he's
from Cal, isn't it?
A graduate degree, right? I think he's a grad student or whatever. Anyways, the dude's a fucking brain. You can tell. Maybe he's a Mensa product, huh? Maybe he's Mensa. Maybe he's Mensa.
My God, he's gonna start headbutting people. He's gonna start headbutting guys with helmets on.
Double burden people, headbutting people. Got to be Mensa, right?
But the thing about Mendoza is Mendoza does such a great job of reading defenses.
Mensa Mendoza.
Yeah. He does such a great job of reading defenses. And again, when you get to the NFL, that speed is going to be so much faster.
Pre-snap reads and getting his offense into a better position. He just knows how to dissect the defense, man. And
he's a great speaker, man. He won me over.
Kind of calling, whispering sweet nothings into his ear, but the dude's pretty special, man, from what I've seen.
Well, and I think where Mendoza wins people over because they talk to him and he's like this.
He's a little bit of a weirdo. I'm not.
He is a weirdo.
But he's one of those brains, right? You ever talk to an engineer? Engineers seem weird, but they're actually very fun and normal people, man. They just, they have a certain way of communicating to you.
So, right? Mendoza kind of seems like that guy because
smarter than everybody else. They just want to make sure that you're getting the conversation and getting the message. That's why I know a lot
of really intelligent people, book-wise and whatever, they're just so fucking smart, but they have no common sense. You know what I mean? To where it's like when you got to rely on the common sense, they're screwed. This dude seems to have some common sense, it seems like. So,
hey, no, Steven Delgado, the stigma is real, though, my dude. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And because you chimed in on it, tells me you know exactly what I'm talking about.
And you got Chan all fired up, too, on the coded text line. So, well done, my man.
There's a certain way they're coded. Yep. There's certain coding. There's certain coding that people are wired to or programmed to, man. That's just how it is.
Yep, absolutely.
Please, for the love of God, do not let this go off the rails.
No, it's not.
Saw something on Twitter,
though. You guys tune it in. I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. We'll bring it and we'll talk about some recruiting, all right?
Saw something on Twitter It's like Mendoza.
Don't let it go off the rails. I saw something on Twitter. You're going to lead with that? Come on. All right.
He's being groomed perfectly to be our next president one day. That's
who, Mendoza?
Yeah. Again, please do not take this off the rails. We're just riffing.
Could be.
I don't know. I mean, he is a strange guy. Like, obviously very smart. He won't be the first, smart, strange guy. There's plenty of those.
Mm-hmm.
But all of his interviews are just so weird. They're so weird. And I saw it online the night he won the Heisman and had his speech. It was like,
oh, dude.
Man, Mendoza was the kid who purposefully raised his hand during class to make sure he got called on so everyone
to show off,
hear him talk or whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a strange guy. And like the thing I'm thinking is like, I see some Kirk Cousins in him. That's always
a great
positive.
comp.
Like he's not going to hit him with the "you like that," but just like the always positive, always smile on his face. Always has a smile on his face. This too, if we ever found out, it would not be surprising. But yeah, he's a strange fellow.
Yeah. He's got a little bit. I think he's got a little Tebow in him. Not with the way he plays. I'm talking about personality, to where it's like very, he's spiritual in a sense, but not a little too much. To where it's like it's hard to not like this guy. I mean, it's like, because he does. I mean, he can attract the folks that are a little off the rails. At the same time, he can attract the spiritual people. And then he gets out there and he's aggressive as shit. And it's like, okay, well, he can attract the sports fans too. But yeah, this dude loves the camera. And I think that's great for him. I mean, that's a big part of what he does. But I don't know if he's going to save the Vegas Raiders, Jordan. But, you're going to need a few Mendozas, I think, to save that, because that's a shit show that he's going into right there.
Yeah, he's going to be very interesting in the NFL. Very interesting. But I don't know. Indiana Hoosier, probably the most popular Indiana Hoosier of arguably my lifetime. I mean, I'm sure there's some politician, I guess you could say Mark Cuban, but as far as football players go, it's him. Hey, Tevin Coleman walked so all these dudes could run, though. Let's not forget Tevin Coleman. But
there you go.
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you this, Jordan. There's a substantial age difference between you and I, and Indiana's never been this good in my lifetime. I can tell you that. So, in football, so it's like, yay. It's going to be a great story if they win. Look, I mean, I was telling Wags just yesterday, where college football is right now with NIL and transfer portals and all this. If Indiana is able to win this game on Monday, which I think they will do, it's the perfect time for them to do it, for all of us that bitch and complain about what college football has become, because they've done it in a different way, with a old school grinder coach, so. I just hope they enjoy it while it happens, because I don't think this is a model that's going to continue for very long.
So I've seen online on Twitter a lot of folks speculating there's some form of cheating going on, because for Indiana,
they have the oldest roster right now.
Well, just listen to me.
Okay.
This isn't me. I'm just saying what people online are saying. Something like 5 out of their 14 or 15 games this year have started with them getting an interception on the opening drive in like the first 3 or 4 plays. They obviously had a pick 6 versus Oregon to start the game.
Yeah.
Could be preparation.
So people they can just be really good at their jobs. I do want to give them that credit, first off. But with some of the things that go their way perfectly and the way that their guys seem to be know where the ball is going sometimes, some people are thinking that they're tapping the other team's headsets or somehow accessing all of their like practice film and stuff, because everything gets uploaded online. And so I don't know how true this is, but apparently Miami's considering like not uploading anything to the cloud this week or whatnot. I don't know how that works, because they have 15 weeks of the season already on there.
I would say then Indiana's already winning if Miami's thinking if they're in the heads of Miami that bad already, then Miami's already kind of getting beaten the mental game. You know what?
Well, you bring that up, but think about.
Oh, hey guys, I got to go out into this country ass town. So
hey,
I'll
be careful. Stay warm out there. He's in Tulsa.
Tulsa.
Yeah.
Tulsa.
With Sylvester Stallone.
Living on Tulsa time
isn't bad. My twin brother went to college there. It's a cool little town. Only place in Oklahoma I think is cool.
You know what there are a lot of here that I've noticed, like in the downtown area? There's a lot of like the Dreamers and XXX places, theater things in town.
XXX
like Dreamers, like the sex shops and stuff. Yeah,
you would notice that. You would notice that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, especially when I
thought you were going to say something about the homeless people.
Yeah,
I was dudes talking about.
No, I ain't seen those.
Like certain type of restaurant. There's a lot of these restaurants here.
No, it's not homeless. It's another word that starts with an H. A lot of them here apparently. So anyway,
holeless?
All right, boys.
Holeless?
Horny.
Oh, gotcha.
I'll give you guys an update tomorrow morning.
Later, buddy.
Take care, boys. Have a good show.
We're going to go back to the conversation we were having, but real quick, how do some of these like XXX and porn stores stay in business?
I don't know.
Seriously.
Freedom of speech.
Random story, but Double R just triggered a memory for me. One time, I don't know why.
Why do we have to do this? Okay.
Well, just listen. One time, I don't even know why we were going this way. We were driving to Houston, I think.
Thanks, Double R. Thank you. I thought I was going to have a serious conversation. All right, here we go.
Just tune in. And it's on like the east outskirts of Austin, kind of near Bastrop. In fact, it's actually there's a place that sells pecans that's on 71 near Austin. They have a big sign that says pecans. I don't know the name of this place. I've never stopped there.
Going east?
Yeah, if you're going east from Austin to Houston. And near this pecan place, there's a store that had no labeling or branding besides 3 X's at the top. And it clearly is a sex store, right?
Sure.
So I'm like 10, 11, 12 years old. And I know what that means, but I'm playing stupid because my dad's in the car with me. And we're like stopped at a light or in traffic. And he sees me looking at it and is like, hey, don't ever go in one of those. I was like, well, duh, but like, what do you mean? And he's like, well, if they see Jordan's car, they're going to know Jordan's in the sex store.
In the shop,
I was like,
in the shop.
I was like,
they know Jordan's into that type of stuff, right?
I was like, that is a good point, but like, why wouldn't I just order it online?
That was your first thought?
Yeah. Like, can't you get all that stuff online? And he was like, yeah.
My kid's gonna be that's when that's when your dad knew that his son was gonna
his son was a real gooner.
His son was gonna be okay.
But,
not that his son was a good kid, his son was just going to be okay and not get in trouble. Not getting caught is the most important part about the good conduct award in the military, by the way, right? It's everybody's a bad Marine. We just don't get caught.
Yeah, I since that day, anytime I see a sex store, I think of that. Like, why would you go in there? Why wouldn't you just order online?
The only thing that I can, and this is weird, right? Like, I've never been into a sex shop, but the only thing I can think of why people would want to go firsthand is to see, if it's the right size. So, I don't know.
All right, so Fernando Mendoza.
Mendoza's the right size for Indiana.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Jose brings us up, says that's Birdall. Is this the name of the sex shop or the name of the pecan place?
What? The Squirrel Nuts? What are you talking about?
I assume we're talking about the pecan place. I think the pecan place is called Birdall. If you've ever driven from Austin to Houston on 71 and on to I-10, it's that place. So, yeah, I would not call it the Adam and Eve's Booty Bowl.
Is that what it's really called? Is it Adam and Eve?
I don't know. I know that's like a chain for a lot of those sex stores, but okay, Birdall's
there was a I guess it was a, what are they called? not lingerie stores or whatever, sex stores, whatever, but it was called the Locked Door, right? That's what this shop was, and everybody knew exactly. You go into the Locked Door, you're coming out with something that needs to be stayed locked up in the bedroom, man. Usually it's like the secret room or the secret guard and the locked door and shit like that. That's the erotic type of thrillers you're going to get when you go into these things, Jordan. You going to be looking for that, or are you just going to stay online? It's the firsthand experience, my dude.
Man,
hey, look, you open Pandora's box and it's cracked wide open. All right, here we go.
There's like no good photos of this place.
What's on your
Here's a squirrel. Hell yeah.
Where's this at? Is this where the sex shop is at?
Sex shop is somewhere near this.
Okay.
I believe the sex shop is west of this on 71. If it's still open. I don't know if it is. I assume. Right. I don't know. If they're open and I was,
this is quickly
10, 11 years ago, they might still be open. But, yeah, all right. We're actually going to talk. So I'm serious.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Y'all are here for. All right. So everyone wants to know about the big man who announced he was going in the portal last night, Jordan Seaton. Great first name. From your neck of the woods, he went to IMG Academy, but is originally from Maryland. Let's see, what part of Maryland? He was at St. John's.
Yeah.
DC.
So do the Terps have a shot at this guy?
Very unlikely. We talked all week, or really the last 2 weeks, about Cam Coleman being the most expensive non-quarterback in the portal. Well, he isn't anymore. It's this guy. Jordan Seaton, I don't know what he's asking for, and I'll be honest, I still don't know what Cam Coleman is getting. Easy to assume it's between $2 and $3 million for this year. Seaton will be in the same ballpark, if not a little higher. So you're probably asking the question, hey, this cat played left tackle for Colorado for the last 2 years. What is he going to play at Texas if he goes to Texas? Well, it really doesn't matter because they're just trying to find 5 guys who can start on the offensive line. But hypothetically, if he does end up at Texas, what would happen? Trevor Gooseby stays at left tackle. Brandon Baker moves from right tackle to one of the guard spots, and Jordan Seaton plays right tackle. So your interior offensive line would be Connor Robertson at center. He announced a day or two ago he's coming back for his 5th and final year of eligibility. And then currently they have Dylan Sikorsky. He's an Oregon State offensive line transfer. He'll play guard in Austin. Could end up as a bench guy or starter. We'll see. It's going to depend on who else they get. But right now, if Jordan Seaton was to transfer to Texas, I very much do believe the starting O-line would look like Trevor Gooseby, left tackle, Dylan Sikorsky, left guard, Connor Robertson, center, Brandon Baker, right guard, and Jordan Seaton, right tackle. So that's how I'd go for projecting the starting O-line if Seaton was to sign with Texas right now. Now, he's not officially in the portal. He has to officially enter the portal for schools to be able to contact him directly. Now, that doesn't mean that, his agent isn't working the phones, but Seaton is going to be the belle of the ball, the most coveted prospect in this year's portal cycle, because not everyone needs a quarterback. Not everyone even needs a receiver like Cam Coleman, but everyone needs an above-average difference-making
100%
tackle because there are very few of them. This guy will be a first-round pick.
Look at his size alone, dude. 6'5", 330. That's massive, dude.
Yeah, and he's
probably playing at like 340 or something like that.
Yeah, he's played in
or a calloused 325.
Hey, I can't remember. Did Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders, their final year, they went to the Alamo Bowl, right?
I believe I don't know that for certain. That sounds right, but I don't know that for certain.
Okay, I think they did. So if so, that means Seaton would have played. He's played in 22 career games because he played all 13 as a true freshman if they went to the Alamo Bowl, which I think they did. And then this season, he played the first 9 games of the year, missed the final 3, and Colorado wasn't in a bowl game. So, yeah, a lot to like here. By far and away the number 1 offensive tackle in the portal. He will be a first-round draft pick next year. And like Wags, let's have some fun here. Let's say Jordan Seaton ends up in Austin. How many first-round picks would Texas have next year? Because Trevor Gooseby at this rate, I'm pretty confident he'd be one.
5 or
Arch
6
Manning would be one.
5 or 6 first rounders.
Well, let's count. Let's start with O-line. Let's go Gooseby and Seaton for this hypothetical exercise.
That's 2.
Arch Manning, that's 3. Cam Coleman, 4. I'm not confident enough in Ryan Wingo to say.
Wing was probably a day 2 or day 3 guy.
Yeah. Okay. So we're at 4 on the offense. Potentially 5 with Wingo and one of the 2 running backs, though I doubt either goes round 1. All right.
Colin Simmons.
Yeah, on defense, that's 5. Jelani McDonald, I think, could, but I'm not super confident in that. So still, that's 5 first-round picks. 5. Pretty damn good. Other guys that will be drafted next year, Wingo, that's 6. The 2 running backs will be 8. Maybe. Nah, I doubt the tight end from Michigan State. We won't use Masunas. Okay,
probably a day 2 guy. No, honest and reality, day 3.
I can't say him getting selected right now. I don't know enough. I'm not confident enough in that. Connor Robertson won't get drafted. So we're at 8. Hero Canoe will get selected next year. That's 9. Alex January, I think, could if he were to leave early. That would be 10. Same with Murad Watson. That would be 11. Ian Jaffrard will get drafted next year. That's 12. Rasheem Biles is going to get drafted. That's 13. Bo Masco should. 14. And then Jelani. I didn't say Jelani earlier. 15. Could be looking at 15 draft picks, give or take. I think that's the line. Well, actually, I'd probably set it at like 12.5, considering January.
And 5 first rounders.
Yeah, Coleman, Gooseby, Seaton, Arch, Colin Simmons. Obviously, they're at 4 right now, 5 if they were to get Seaton, but still just crazy to think about, because like CB brings up here, Gooseby, Seaton, Arch Manning, Cam Coleman, and Colin Simmons could all go top 10, top 15, which would be pretty nuts. So, yeah, Simmons will be back for year 4.
I hope Simmons and Arch come back for year 4.
Well, Arch will be in year 4 this fall, but Colin Simmons.
He's got one more or no, he's already redshirted, did he not?
Arch could play in 2027 if he wanted to, because he redshirted year 1. He has 5 years to play for. But yeah, no, Colin Simmons ain't coming back next year. That would, or in 2027. That'd be awesome, but I don't think so. All right, real quick, because I do want to hit on these. Sticky said, "There's one by my house that's always empty, but somehow still open." This is back to the sex shop conversation we were having earlier. Probably money laundering, or making money through online orders. Patrick with a great one here said, "One of my ex-girlfriends used to go to the sex stores all the time. Even met a couple of film stars there from the movie."
Do they hang out there? Hold on, I'm intrigued. Do they hang out there? Is that like, oh, J Guns, you know why they're there? They're doing molds, bro. They're doing molds.
All right. Yeah. Steven Elgato, the nephew of the Burdalls.
Why do you gotta throw it off like that? Why can't we talk about it?
We're not talking about molds right now, man. We can leave it at that. That's enough.
Okay. All right. Okay. Fair. All right.
Shout out to Burdall's nephew though, as a 2027 shortstop.
I just had it just when light bulbs go off in my head, J Guns, I can't control them. All right.
I got you. Bevo Lance Jason said always wanted to stop at the pecan store. I've thought about it too, but I hate stopping on long drives. And if I am from Houston to Austin, it's going to be at Frusca's, whatever it is, not Bucky's. Sticky said, "Is it realistic for Texas to pay that much for right tackle?" Okay, this is a great question, and this is kind of where I'm at.
Can I make an analogy? Right, safety isn't cheap, right? Protection isn't cheap, right? Like that's like in our everyday life, we pay an arm and a leg, an ass and a leg for protection so that we can be highly protected, right? You got, even if something might seem average, you're paying for protection. That's my take on it. Go ahead there. To make a life analogy.
All right, this is where I'm at with Texas on the offensive line regarding Seaton as well. Texas has so many holes they had to fix with the portal this year. They fixed a lot of those holes. They needed a difference-making starting linebacker. They got Biles. They needed another corner/safety. They got Bo Masco. They needed one A-gapper. Guess what? They got two of them. Ian Gerard and Zion Williams. One has 4 years of eligibility left. One is going to start for a year and then will play in the NFL. That's Gerard. They needed someone at receiver who can consistently get open, win at the catch point.
A possession wideout. Yeah.
That's Cam Coleman. They got the best one available. They needed to overhaul their running back room and get guys who can make you miss in the open field and actually continue accelerating after hitting the hole. They went and got two of them, Raleek Brown and Hollywood Smothers. So out of all the holes and problems they had, it was always offensive line that was the biggest hole, biggest problem to fix. And if they're approaching wide receiver and corner and running back and linebacker, which are needs but not as big of offensive line needs, if they're approaching those needs like this, they're going to get it figured out on the offensive line too. I get from last week and even into this week the freak out, the panic from Texas fans, all the guys going in the portal, they're not landing anyone. I get that because on our end, dude, it was not as
probably not easy to write about
cream as some other in the market made it seem. Like there's legitimate worry they were going to fuck this thing up because never under Steve Sarkisian have they been in a position like this where they have that many needs in the portal. It's never been in the spot. Never has there been this much turnover from players leaving, whether that was Texas asking, Jesus Christ, whether that was Texas asking those guys to leave for whatever reason or potentially after they asked for a lot of money or whatnot. Like they're filling in these holes, they're getting these needs, and they're going to do the same thing on the offensive line. So let's look at it from this perspective. Asking, is it realistic to pay that much for right tackle? If you're Texas, is it a bigger need to have a Cam Coleman or a Jordan Seaton? Because the answer is probably Seaton.
Right.
And Texas paid up, did whatever it took to get Cam Coleman. So what do you think they would do for a right tackle as good as Seaton?
Lock it up. They'd lock, yeah.
So
and also,
it's going to be.
There's another. Why would you let somebody else get this guy?
I mean, that too. So look, at the end of the day, he's going to make over $2 million next year. Probably 2.5 to 3.5 is where he'd be, I'd assume. But Cam Coleman entered the portal with a short list of teams because only so many guys or teams can afford him. It wasn't reported, but I do think playing in the SEC was something of importance to Coleman. And, they talked about quarterback play is important. Tech had Sorsby. USC never got a visit. They had Maeva. Alabama has Keelan Russell or Austin Mack coming up. Ty Simpson was potentially going to return as well at one point. Obviously, Texas had Arch Manning. Say what you want about Marcel Reed. Y'all know I'm not the biggest fan, but he will be a 3-year starter next year that has won some ball games in the SEC. It's not that cut and dry with Seaton because he realistically can play anywhere and go day one in the draft from anywhere. That's why he went to Colorado originally. Some guys at some positions can get drafted and developed anywhere because they're that special. Jordan Seaton's one of them. Kelvin Banks is another one of them. Like, there are very few of those guys, but they do exist. So
we're talking 6'5", 330, man, that can move, right?
Yeah, with Texas, I mean, and this is another thing to think about. It's not our money. It's not their money.
Right.
No one's money. Y'all aren't paying for this. Why is it too much to pay? Who gives a shit? Like what Rusty Manziel said, is Texas going to be north of $40 million? I don't think so, but they're going to be pretty damn close, right? It's going to be an expensive roster.
What was Coleman's final bag? What did that land on?
I don't know, but he's going to make between 2.5, 3.5 for sure.
So Bowles was full of shit with 4.
I'm not going to say he's full of shit because while Kirk Bowles does piss off a lot of people, he is very well sourced.
100%. Like usually he ain't putting stuff out there if it isn't true.
Yeah. I know an agent that reps several of the top 10, top 15 ranked running backs in the portal. And he didn't have like a monopoly on it, but was able to kind of influence the running back market because he had so many guys in it. He knows the receiver market very well, especially because a lot of these teams he was talking to, they said, we can't go that high. We need to save it for these positions. And when I talked to him, like the third day Cam Coleman was in the portal, when it was being reported 2 to 2.5, I'm like, do you think that's legit? And he's like, I think the floor for negotiations is 2.5. He's going to make over 3.
Right. That 2.5 gets you in the door. Right.
Yeah. And especially who reps him? David Mulligetta, Athletes First. You know who Athletes First also reps? Dallas Wilson, who dropped Vernell Brown's dad, guy with Athletes First. Dallas Wilson would have been the second-ranked portal receiver if he ever went in. He re-signed a deal with Florida. Those deals aren't, or that deal isn't public, but all Athletes First has to do is take the paperwork and say, hey,
right,
this is how much Dallas Wilson got valued at. Cam Coleman's better. He's a year older. It's going to be a 1-year deal compared to a 2. He needs 500 more K than what Dallas Wilson got, because Dallas Wilson's going to make a lot. So I do think it's between 2.5 and 3.5 easily for Cam Coleman based off that. But for right tackle, to sum this up, I do think it's realistic for Texas to pay it, because look, at no matter what, at the end of the day, there's never an ROI for these boosters that donate the millions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's no ROI. They don't own stock on the team. They don't own shares. If Texas wins the Natty, they're not making any money from it. None. But think about how long NIL has gone on. Think about how long these guys have been asked to donate money. They want to win bad, and donor fatigue is a real thing. But what the point I'm trying to get to, since they don't ever get anything paid back, any ROI from donating so much money, they can pay it. They will pay it. I think they can. Now, if Oregon and Phil Knight or
right, that's
Maryland wants to go in and pay him $5 million, and it's a can't say no to number,
right?
Then guess what? He goes to Oregon or Maryland. It is what it is. But until it reaches that, I think Texas is going to be very competitive with Jordan Seaton, because at the end of the day, there's no ROI. The people who donate know that. They've been donating for years. And, it's the final year of the Arch era. Very, very, very unlikely to get a quarterback as talented as Manning in the Texas program for however many more years. You have to maximize it. That's what Texas is doing. And the definition of maximizing that is by getting Cam Coleman and Jordan Seaton. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I won't bet the house on it, but I'll remember you said it. I'll give you credit. By the way, Jake Bayless said Hero Canoe, whenever I was talking about guys that could get drafted, I know like half the market reported he's coming back and it's done. It's not done. He has someone very close to him in his camp that has been tweeting like pro NFL draft stuff last week. Hero Canoe still has not announced anything. I think his date, or the date for players to announce they're declaring for the NFL, is like coming up in the next week or so, I believe. So the clock is ticking, but I'm still watching Hero Canoe for this year's draft cycle. There is a possibility he leaves. So yeah, let's see. Sometimes they're asked to come for promotional reasons. We're back to this. They were signing posters for their new movie at the time, and when they signed it, make sure to have tons of sex. Great.
You're like a kid peeping in the store, right? Like,
let's just go in the damn
store. Can we just, if we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it. Can we just go in the store? Yeah. You want to walk in there? Huh? Right now, here, we're reliving that moment in history, all right? We're that sign with the triple X's over there, and you're looking over there. And I'm your uncle. I'm your funkle right now. I'm not saying that we can't go in the store. I'm asking you if you want to go in. Do you want to go in? Okay. Your dad did great. Your dad did a great job.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm catching up.
Constant novelty stories, Jack Burton. Check is in the mail, bud. Check is in the mail.
Yeah. Jake Bayless says, how about the fit on the field? Does Seaton slide in at right tackle and Baker move to right guard, or would Baker and Seaton not like the idea? Seaton probably wants to play left tackle, but Texas isn't unseating Trevor Gooseby
right?
Jordan Seaton. No, it's not happening. And if Jordan Seaton goes to Texas, he'd play right tackle. Baker would play right guard, like you said. Because here's the deal on Brandon Baker. I don't know what he's listed at. Realistically, he's 6'3.5", 6'4". He doesn't have super long arms. They're above the 34-inch threshold, which is important. But he's been a right tackle his entire career. And he's been viewed as this guy that is shorter but has 34-inch arms and is athletic. That's why he was ranked high. But I've said this so many times. Like, I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. Brandon Baker didn't play one snap at left tackle in high school. Not one snap. He's always been a right tackle or a guard, going back to high school. If he plays in the NFL, it is extremely likely to be at guard. Texas has already communicated with him, hey, if we go and get an offensive tackle, because there's a lot more of those than guards available in the portal, at least good ones that would start at Texas, you're going to move into guard. He's still going to get paid like a right tackle. He knows he's going to play guard in the NFL. If he wants to put up a fight or a hissy fit and say, no, I'm a tackle, boo-hoo. Because he should be playing guard. That's what he's going to play in the league. I don't think there's anything to worry about with that because, again, to my understanding, it has been discussed that he's going to play guard and that he's okay with that. And he's also getting paid like he's still playing tackle. So, yeah. Regarding Seaton, I mean.
Yeah, 100%.
For Texas, it's like, yeah, hey, buddy, we know you probably want to play left tackle, but you can get paid the same amount to play right. And also look at Penei Sewell.
Right.
And guess what? If you go to Oregon, are you going to block for Dante Moore?
Riola, buddy. Riola.
They're not bad, and I'm not trying to shit on them or talk down on them, but as far as how hard it is to market offensive linemen and for their names to become known, for their faces to be recognizable, there's very few of those guys. And the market to make money outside of just a Nike deal, but actually the face value from your face being other places, from being in the biggest city, biggest market in America without a pro sports team, and the quarterback being Arch Manning, who's going to be the Heisman favorite again, who's going to have every camera on him again. There's a lot to like, I think, about Texas's spot. So we'll see. But yeah, where do you want to go from here? Anything you specifically want to hit on? Any questions you have?
Yeah, just the stuff that I was kind of hitting you with when you were kind of away on assignment there. I saw that Kobe Black is coming back. Do we have confirmation on that? And then also, I'm sure you heard the words of Coach Sarkisian, right? If he's not playing or flirting with the game, whoever enters the portal, he's not coming back. You're not being welcomed with open arms. But kind of contradiction there if Kobe Black is coming back. Has that been confirmed?
I mean, contradicted himself with Derek Williams too.
Very, very, very true, my guy. Very true.
Here's the deal: so many fans,
emotional speak, coach speak, just kind of pissed that somebody wanted to leave the family.
So many fans of A&M or Tech or OU keep showing that video from, I think it was the Pivot podcast he went on, basically saying, once you go in the portal, there's no coming back. Hey, that was a year ago. Things change. They do. There's only one portal cycle now. A lot of things have changed from then. Think about the pressure on Steve Sarkisian from then. How much has changed? So it is what it is. Is it a great look on him? He's going back on his word. No, but at the end, I don't think
he has no choice. He has to. He's up against the wall, man.
Yeah, I don't think it matters. But yeah, Antoine, look, that wasn't me saying Arch is going to win the Heisman, but he's going to be number one on betting odds for the Heisman. We're going to go through the same exact thing again. I wasn't saying that should happen. I'm just saying that is what's going to happen.
I think it should happen based off of the performance that he did latter part of the season too, right? And especially if you're going to have an upgraded line, an upgraded wide receiver room, an upgraded backfield. Yeah, I mean, I think the Heisman hype is kind of real. I mean, especially if we Who's his competitor? Moore's not staying. Moore's going to get drafted, right?
He can still come back.
Then why is Raiola going over to Oregon?
Raiola told Oregon, I'm going to Oregon, whether that's starting next year or sitting behind Dante. Because Raiola's played 2 seasons, and he has 3 years left to play 2. He has a redshirt year. So, and I mean, shit, look at Dante Moore. He sat for a year behind Dylan
Very
Gabriel.
true. Very true.
After starting for a year at UCLA. So, and also people forget, like, he's going to be healthy before the start of next season, but he's coming off like a fracture fibula or tibula or whatever, something in his leg, Raiola is. So it might be better for him to rest as well. And honestly, from all the dumb shit he does and shit that's come his way because of it, from cosplaying Mahomes or, you know, just kind of the way he's always handled things, it probably is best for him to lay low and redshirt a year. I do think so. And if I'm Oregon, I know he played like dog shit in the playoff game and had some absolutely horrible turnovers, like the one where the ball just came out of his hand, Jameis Winston style, who was playing.
Yeah, and that's an anomaly. That's not how he is.
But like, Oregon's best shot to win next year is with Dante Moore coming back. It's not with Dylan Raiola.
No, I agree. 100%.
And if you're Dante Moore, you can improve your draft stock. You can make it a lock. You're going to go top 10, top 5. Like, who are the quarterbacks in next year's class? Arch Manning, Julian Sane will be eligible.
Whoever plays for Signetti.
Yeah, Hoover will be in there. Sorsby.
But this is my point to Beaver Lance's Jason question, right? Like, you know, if not Arch, then who? Like, we did you see Mendoza as a Heisman hopeful? You know, at the beginning of the season, nobody did. But you get in Signetti's system, and you know things start to populate and blossom.
The thing I'm interested to see with Hoover is, like, think about what Indiana was last year with Curtis Rourke. Far from the most talented guy, but like a fighter pilot, chaos merchant type of guy. And then you bring in Mendoza, who is like level 100 boss level game manager. You know what I mean? Where he's not really a fighter pilot or chaos merchant. So the offense kind of becomes more like traditional.
No, but he's an orchestrator though, right?
Yeah. And it's a more traditional offense where they're not just like, hey, we're gonna snap it. That guy's better than the other guy's gonna run around, do some backyard football shit. That's gonna be back now because Josh Hoover is a fighter pilot. He's a chaos merchant. Sam Levitt's the same type of quarterback. So I'm very curious to see what the Indiana system looks like next year. Josh Hoover does a lot of dumb shit when there's pressure. He escapes the pocket and runs out of the pocket a lot more than he should and will run into sacks sometimes.
Throwing it away,
And he takes some of the – like Tommy Castellanos improved this a lot at Florida State this year, so I'm curious to see if Hoover can. Hoover takes the dumbest sacks. And he'll turn around thinking he's about to peel it off on some Johnny football shit, and he just runs into a 3-tech 15 yards behind the line of scrimmage. So I'm curious what Signetti in Indiana will look like because I do think, like, you know, a Hoover for Heisman futures, you get some good return there, you know. Much better than the Arch ones. But yeah. All right. So do want to talk about the All-American Bowl a little bit more. Or before I do that, we have some other topic points I want to talk about to you with. And yes, Josh Hoover is a furry. Have you seen any of the stuff? Do you know what this is about?
No, man. But I mean, just based off of.
Well, at the beginning of the year, someone, I think it was like a bunch of SMU fans on burner accounts on Twitter.
We have gone all over the place with this show today.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for tuning in, Lone Star Playbook. But yeah, Antoine, I did see that as well. His brother's there. But no, early or late in the offseason, early in the season, a bunch of SMU burners got on this campaign about Josh Hoover being a furry. And
is it legit? Is it true?
No.
Okay.
But there were so many people posting about it online that Josh Hoover had to come out and say, like, I'm not a furry. And his agent issued a statement because, like, it was getting posted all over the internet. And for me, as someone who saw Josh Hoover play in high school, you know, he's this comes from a wealthy family, white kid, very right leaning. They made the joke even funnier because, like, his family probably sees Hoovers or probably sees furries and, like, gets pissed and balls their fist. So that's what made it even funnier that people were calling him a furry and he had to come out and say that. But yeah, that's where that meme comes from. If anyone ever wonders why Josh Hoover's being called a furry. But no, nonetheless, some other stuff. Wow, this has really got wags. Out of all the stuff we talked today, the furry is what gets the Marine giggling more than anything.
Where have we gone, bro? Like,
hey, you don't get this on ESPN. Just saying. No, I'm playing. But all right,
dressing up in fucking bunny suits and shit. Like, I just ain't got time. Whatever.
Wags. So you know how the 49ers have had a lot of injuries this year, and they always have a lot of injuries.
Yeah.
Have you seen what's next to the 49ers facility?
No.
Really? Well, we're not going to go.
Are we being serious? I can't tell if we're serious.
We are being like half serious. So
massage, they probably already have that. What? You enlighten me here. What's up?
There is an electrical substation right next to the facility, like directly next to the practice fields. And I want to make it very clear. I am repeating what I've read online. So there's a chance this is total horseshit. But being close to all that electric stuff to dumb it down and shorten it, it's not good for soft tissue.
Right.
It's not good for your body.
But
the 49ers have had more ACL tears than any other franchise in the last 10 years. They've had more players on IR than any other franchise in the last 5 years. In their facility, with their weight room, locker room, stadium, practice fields, are all right next to this thing. And so some people online they think it's legit because I don't think there's a ton of research on what being next to a substation for extended periods of time for a majority of a year for years in a row actually does to the human body. I don't think there's anything in depth on that. But, you know, the people with tinfoil hats on they're way the hell in on this thing.
Well, and you don't think there's correlation to it?
I think there's some for sure. They're the most injured team in the league and have been for however many years. The entire Shanahan era.
I think regardless, it warrants more research or data.
Yeah, and there have been 2 seasons this year where players going on IR completely ruined the 49ers season and they missed the playoffs. The 2-14 year, they fell into Nick Bosa. And then it would have been the second or third year with Bosa whenever he tore his ACL in like the second or third game of the year. So, yeah, here we go. According to Peter Cowan, board-certified quantum biology practitioner, these frequent problems are due to chronic exposure to low-frequency electromagnetic fields from an electrical substation. So, I don't know. I just think it's very interesting because if they can
prove the engineer to come in and explain that to Stephen Delgado, the residential engineer here for Texas Sports Unfiltered. Thank you,
sir. Okay, here we go. The thing, though, George Kittle tears his Achilles a couple nights ago on the road in Philly. In the press conference, one of the players goes, it's the electrical substation. In the red is the substation.
Right.
In the yellow is the locker room, weight room facilities. To the right of that are their fields.
They're all.
The 49ers have had their headquarters in Santa Clara since like 86. They didn't move the stadium out there until I think or they didn't start playing in that stadium until either 2014 or 2015, maybe 2016. But this substation has been there next to the facility since like the 80s. So, isn't this kind of a pretty crazy rabbit hole for the NFL? We need Pablo Torre looking in on this thing.
It's something to look into. It warrants more insight for sure.
Yeah, man, Salvatore bringing up bad memories.
Yeah, dude.
Remember the 49ers black uniforms, the first ones they had, not the ones that are new this year?
Not off the top of my head, but
I still got me a Navarro Bowman jersey in the closet. It's like an adult small. I can't fit into it anymore, but just like looking.
Dude, this adds up, man. This kind of mass, dude. Like,
right? Isn't it pretty like nuts? And imagine if they can prove this. I mean, I know these guys have already made millions of dollars, but like if they can
lawsuits, my goodness.
Like the practice squad dude that spent 3 days before we got cut is major bag alert. You know, who's the 49ers?
Get this damn emails. If you've been subjected to this, and this here, you are subject to a lawsuit. You could potentially win a bag of cash.
Yeah, who was the 49ers coach who farted at a presser? That was Jim Tonsula. And another example of why you never, ever, ever let the players decide the next coach. They're never correct. Never. Never, ever, ever. You know? And that is who the players voted to be their head coach. Because he would go and get a beer with them after practice. And was that type of guy. All right. Any thoughts from the college football playoff games? Miami, Ole Miss, Indiana, Oregon.
I am very shocked at Miami. I've wanted to write this team off in each of their contests, in each of their games, and their team speed on defense is outrageous. I want to write Carson Beck off and think that he's going to return to form and kind of throw the game away and throw the opposition, a pick six or something, and he proves me wrong. Hell, I even went and said that he wasn't mobile, and then the game right afterwards, he gets a rushing touchdown. So
that was his first rushing touchdown of the year.
Right. I understand, but I understand that, but I'm saying like it just they are defying the odds. I want to write them off and say that Indiana is going to destroy them and dismantle them because they're a machine, but I mean, can the team speed of the Miami defense neutralize the machine of the Hoosiers? And ultimately, we kind of talked about it, right? Whenever Mendoza gets up there and sees his pre-snap reads, he can check out and get into a better situation. They have significant size on the boundaries there to kind of move the chains up and push vertically, but also they can, you talked about Cam Coleman being our possession wide receiver. Surratt is outrageous, dude. If they can continue to throw back shoulder fades to this dude while he's being mauled and still catching one-handed balls and grabs, how are they going to stop anything? So regardless of the team speed of Miami, it just looks like the Hoosiers are just on one right now.
Yeah. It's hard to pick against them, especially like, man, dumb it down to the coaches. Mario Cristobal versus Kurt Signetti.
No, I mean, you're talking about a guy that has attention, high articulate attention to detail too, and
it's almost like Fernando Mendoza versus Diego Pavia, where it's like, yeah, y'all are playing the same sport, same position, but
that's I don't know if Cristobal's got as much flash as Pavia, but Cristobal does have. He's got some chirp back. I've seen him fire back on Saban before in kind of tongue in cheek moments. So I'll give you that.
He's an elite recruiter, elite roster builder.
He knows how to build a line, bro. Knows how to build the trenches.
But
for sure,
the X's and O's, my boy's a dumb ass.
And to my point, like there's some people that are meant to be the CEO and run the ship. Cristobal just isn't that guy, right? And you mentioned, do I have another thought? Yeah, absolutely. Signetti's not just doing this for the national championship this year. Like the way that he was just kept his foot on the throttle and just seemingly like he was eyeing and staring the life and soul out of Dan Lanning. this is more than just a national championship. This is about building the future of Indiana too, right? This is about winning the portal, right? And which is something Indiana's been absolutely good at too, right? He's sending a signal, like the bat signal's been up, bro. Like, hey, all players that are looking to win, come here. This is the machine. It doesn't matter who we, if you're a couple of average Joes, we'll make you into a winner because, ultimately too, Jordan, I looked at this. This team the average age is 23 years old, kind of like what Clemson used to do back in the day when Dabo was building his winner, right? Yeah. I didn't know if this was correlated or not, but with Dabo kind of missing out on the transfer portal, did that kind of allow, teams like Indiana with Cignetti to kind of go in there and embrace that and take talent that Clemson would be getting and kind of steal from that? I'm sure Georgia would be able to get that shit too, right? There's a lot to process from this year of college football, and those were my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I like Miami or I like Indiana in this game. Curious what the odds will look like for Miami. I might still bet on them anyways because I do think they can win this game, but it's so hard to have confidence. I mean, he brings it up like till this day. Anything I see on Cristobal in Miami, all I think about is them wearing those dumbass Miami Night jerseys, the all black ones with like the neon hints, and deciding to run the ball up like 4 versus Georgia Tech with less than a minute left when they're out of timeouts, and all you have to do is kneel it.
Take a knee,
and he runs the ball. The kid fumbles, and it's a scoop and score. And they get tackled before they get in the end zone. My bad, it wasn't a scoop and score. But Haynes King got the ball. No, it wasn't Haynes King. Georgia Tech got the ball in the end zone and won the game. And that was, I think, Cristobal's first or second year. So it is nuts. And I mean, like, hey, I'm with you, Jake Bayless. I can't believe a quarterback head coach combo, Carson Beck and Cristobal is playing for a natty, but man, Carson Beck has played a lot of football.
Got a lot of reps.
So is Mendoza too, but I believe Carson Beck has another year as a starter under his belt over Mendoza. And he's got a huge arm too, though, dude. Like he does. Say what you will about Beck, he's got a big arm. Think about before this season. How many big games has Fernando Mendoza played in? And I'm not knocking him because he showed up and played well and balled his ass off in these big games. But Carson Beck has so many more.
Right.
He has more experience. It won't be a real home game for them, but it kind of will be. It's at Hard Rock. There's going to be a lot of Miami fans.
It's in Miami.
Well, yeah, I know. But, like, it's not like they're going to have the allotment of Miami fans isn't going to be like what it is for home games.
According to Jordan Scruggs, Coral Gable, Miami never plays at home. So,
well, you know what I meant.
No, I know.
But, I mean, at most, it can't be like. Has Indiana ever played in a football national championship? I don't think there's any way the split is more than 70-30 for Miami. I don't know. Most Miami fans don't have to pay for a hotel or any of that, though, or plane tickets. So it's a little different, but we'll see. I feel like this is pretty disrespectful to Jay Cutler. Jay Cutler had all the talent. He just didn't give a shit. Diego Pavia doesn't have a ton. He's kind of worked for everything he's got and is like a grinder.
I would say Jay Cutler was a very talented Blake Bortles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or maybe Blake Bortles was just a talentless Jay Cutler. There you go.
Yeah.
No, Bortles had talent. Ripping heaters is talent, bro. Ripping heaters is talent.
Yeah. Man, we're talking about Michael Griffin. Yeah. Man, I'm excited. I'm excited for the game. Should be a good one. I wish there wasn't as big of a wait in between, but those guys need it, especially like the Miami D linemen, Mesidor and Bain. Those guys are just awesome. But yeah. All right. Tomorrow I'll be on with Eric. We will talk about my experience at the All-American Bowl, some 2020.
Yeah, I wish we would have talked. I wish I would have heard a little bit about that today, but I mean, novelty shops and furries.
Yeah, hey, it was. I can't talk about these things with Eric, you know. So
why do you have a green light with me? Hold on, time out. Why can't you talk about it with Eric? Why?
Eric, so you bring up Triple X stuff, and I'm like, whoa, Wags, I don't know. Let's move it on. Eric reacts the same way. He won't bring it up. But yeah.
If you bring it up,
Eric knows who that is. Everyone knows who that is.
If you bring it up, I'm going to talk about it. It's not fair to bring it up. And I'm not good with teasing and edging and stuff like that. I'm just not good. Right?
No comment. Wags the Funkle. Oh yeah.
So here's my thing. Here's my one thing that I don't understand about furries. Okay, again, let them all be them. Let them all have fun. Let them all do what they need to do. No. Hold on.
I'm not going to be able to answer this.
Hold on. I don't hate. I'm not hating on anybody. I want people out there to know that I don't hate. I don't understand, and I don't understand because it gets hot, right? Like when everything's happening, it gets hot. Like, why would you want all that sweat and shit? Like, I don't even like covers on the bed, Jay Guns. You know what I mean? Like when that's going down, like that's a war zone in there, buddy. You know what I mean? Like, it gets hot and sweaty, man. Well, how in the hell can you have all that fur on? I don't know. That's my question. That's all. I just want to understand. That's it. I'll leave you with that. I'll leave Eric to answer that question. How about that?
No offense, but do you think the people getting in a furry suit are worried about being hot and sweaty?
That's a good point. See, I'm not in the realm. I'm not in that realm, bud. I'm not in that realm. I don't know. I don't understand.
No. I mean, I don't even why did that start becoming popular? I remember in the high school, kids started, this is some real Lake Travis white people shit. Kids started showing up wearing tails. A few had the furry head costumes, and it's just like Jesus Christ. And several kids may or may not have been stepping on those tails for obvious reasons. But yeah, so I don't know. It definitely does not make you feel great about the future of our country, especially. My girlfriend works out of middle school, 7th graders. The amount of kids that can't do anything with ChatGPT or AI.
That's
we're so fucked.
Oh, I know it. That's sad. Read a book.
Yeah, they got to ask ChatGPT how. But yeah, but hey.
It's by design, dude. It's the dumbest down by the shit. You want me to go another hour? Don't even bring this up, but it's all by design. So, boom.
Yeah. Hey, I would not suggest this movie because it seriously is the worst movie I've ever seen in my life. I'll never get the time back. I still need to watch
the two that you suggested. We still haven't watched them, man.
You should, but
I will. I never know.
I suggest this movie because we're getting dangerously close to it. I think Idiocracy. Go check that out.
Is it a good one? Who's in it?
I don't even remember. I won't lie. It is a dog shit horrible movie.
Oh.
But the things that they basically the government is non-existent, if I remember this correctly. But it'll be hey, all the farmers are watering their plants with Gatorade. And this guy, the main character, I think he's a time traveler, travels back in time to these guys, and they're watering their plants with Gatorade. He's like, why are you watering your plants with Gatorade? And they're just it's got electrolytes in it. And they're like, what does that do? And they're like, it's got electrolytes. And they're like, yeah, but what do the electrolytes do? And they're like, we don't know. And that's just an example. But there's a lot of dumb shit in there.
It seems like Judge directed it.
Yeah, hey, I never saw Suicide Squad, thank God. But, all right, last question we're answering. We'll get at here's Wardo Mack at outside corner or slot corner. I'd say nickel right now. I believe that's where he finished the season. He was nickel number 2 behind Grayson Littleton. But the corner room currently consists of Bo Masco, Kobe Black. They're the 2 oldest guys in the room. Masco is a redshirt junior. Kobe Black will be a junior next year. Cade Phillips, Grayson Littleton. Obviously, Warren Roberson departed. He left yesterday.
I didn't ask you about that. Are you all right with that?
Yeah. I mean, do you want to guess how many special teams penalties he had in 2 years?
No, I don't.
Just guess.
14?
8.
8.
He had 3 on defense in 2 years, 11 total penalties.
22
He had more special teams penalties himself in the last 2 years than the entire team combined.
It sucks. You know, anybody that's been around like 26 games just sucks. It sucks to see anybody leave, right? But I mean, you know, and my theory's been this entire time: if people are leaving, it's signs on the wall that better talent's coming in, or that's what I'm deducing at least, or hoping for.
Yeah. I'll also say, because I do like Warren Roberson, covered him in high school, and it is kind of strange he has been better than he has been based off what I saw in high school. But before people jump on him too much, I don't know if it was his decision. Haven't confirmed that. So, but from what I've heard, I don't think it was his decision. So we will see. But regarding Wardell Mack, I would say nickel, slot corner for right now, but Grayson Littleton can move to safety or traditional corner. Maybe Wardell Mack becomes a starter, and then you'd have Cade Phillips, Bo Masco at corner, and then Littleton at safety or coming off the bench at corner. I'm not sure. Maybe they rotate those guys more with Muschamp in town. Who knows? Can
I hit you with one more question before we get out of here?
Go ahead.
Are you expecting, or should we be expecting anything coming in before the 16th?
Like any players?
Yeah. Any players of note, I should think. Is something behind the burnt orange curtain that we're not privy to?
I mean, yeah, it's certainly possible they can pick up, a new transfer edition by the 16th, before the 16th, but I'm not going to get on here and lie. Like, I don't know of anyone that's silently committed. And there aren't any silent commitments because the way the portal works, they're trying to nickel and dime each team for as much money as they can. And then the schools and teams find out that they're getting the player. And while the agent is on the phone with the GM, he's also texting Hayes Fawcett or Nakos or Chris Hummer or Zenitz. He just signed, put it out.
Right.
And that's how quick it goes down. So silent commitments aren't really a thing. And at the same time, it's impossible to get anyone on a staff to say they have confidence in getting a portal player because of how quick shit has been changing this cycle. And until they're signed, and really nothing matters. Hollywood Smothers being committed but not signing his paperwork to Alabama is a great example of that. And just for those who don't know, there were no visits yesterday. There's none today, and there's none tomorrow. There's a 3-day dead period for whatever reason from the 12th through the 14th. And then the portal window does close on the 16th. Players can still sign with schools after that. That is just the date that you have to have your paperwork entered into compliance to actually
for admin period and shit like that.
And since the 16th is a Friday and schools have 2 business days up to 48 hours to submit your paperwork, like let's say Wags, you're at Texas, you want to go in the portal. You have until midnight between Friday and Saturday night to submit your stuff to Texas's compliance office. If you submit it at 11:30 p.m., it could be until Tuesday that you actually are in the portal database, the official portal database, because it takes a while to get in there, and compliance has up to 48 hours to do it. So if Texas wants to keep you, they will submit that paperwork at 47 hours, 55 minutes. So the portal entries are going to slow down after Friday. There still might be a handful or two that pop on Monday, Tuesday, maybe even Sunday. But for the most part, once we get to Friday, everyone who's in the portal is pretty much what's available. And then from there, I mean, commitments are going to start coming in and signings because if I'm not mistaken, let me double check this, and this will be what we actually ended on. Where is this? Texas is okay. So most schools are operating by their 6th class day instead of the day the second semester starts, the 6th day of second semester classes. For Texas, that is the 19th. Now, there are ways to get around this, but depending on what school the kid is transferring in from and what credits he has, there aren't. So I'd say past the 19th, or by the end of the day on the 19th, Texas is probably going to have pretty much every commit in the boat, or tiny in the boat. There always could be one on the 20th or 21st because there are some loopholes, But there have to be very specific loopholes because it all depends on the credits the kid has and what school he came from. It is funny, like how much these guys are getting paid, how many careers have been started because of college football and in media and all these other things, how these guys are talked about, how they're criticized, how they're talked about since they're fucking 14-year-olds, right?
Sure, yeah.
At the end of the day, these guys still have to go to class or look like they're going to class.
Yeah, I was in some classes with a few ball players, and they had somebody sitting there taking notes for them. They basically had an assistant. So
yeah,
or at least the people that I saw, and this was during the Herman era. No, sorry, Charlie Strong era. So I can only imagine what it is now. So
yeah, but hey. Y'all have a great one. Happy Tuesday. Up next, our friends at SEC Unfiltered put a bow on the 2025 SEC football season and talk about the biggest questions facing the conference in 2026. Like I said, we're getting out of here. Y'all have a great one. I'll see you tomorrow with Eric Henry on Hump Day. And I'll see you next Tuesday with Wags. Peace.